His Third Try. A Hammond Family Farm Novel. Ivory Peaks Romance Book 3. Written by Liz Isaacson. Narrated by Cody Roberts. 1. Boone Whettstein pulled up to his brother's house, and all the balloons in the cab of his truck flew forward, booping him in the back of the head. He swatted at them while his daughter, Gertie, giggled and did the same. Boone could listen to her laughter all day, every day, and he grinned at her. "You get the cake and I'll get the balloons," he suggested. "No way," Gertie said. "I want to take the balloons. I'll just drop the cake." "Why would you drop the cake?" Boone put the truck in park and looked up at Matt's front windows. He was getting married in the morning, but tonight was his son's 16th birthday. Boone loved living near his brother again, and he'd missed Matt and his kids when they left Montana a couple of years ago. He'd never in his wildest dreams thought he'd follow Matt to Ivory Peaks, Colorado, but he wasn't unhappy that he had. In fact, Boone was happier now than he'd been in a long, long time. Even when he'd been with Carly, before he'd known about her infidelity. "Because I'm tripping over everything lately," Gertie said. "You get the cake, Daddy, please?" "Yeah, sure," he said easily. He could carry a cake as easily as he could a bunch of balloons, and he opened the door to get out of the truck. Gertie did the same on her side, and she gathered all the blue, white, purple, and green ribbons together to get the bunch of balloons back together. With all those floating orbs gone, he collected the big, pink pastry box. He'd been more than willing to stop in town and get all the things Matt needed for the party, because he had about 1,500 things on his plate right now. Boone turned as a car engine filled the country silence on his brother's street. A pickup truck full of cowboys pulled up to the curb, with another one not far behind. That one only held one person, Matt's fiancée, and Boone grinned at Gloria Munson. "Need any help, Boone?" she asked as she got out of her truck. She stood back, and a golden retriever jumped down from the cab too. "Yeah, my gift is still in there." He nodded toward the back seat as Gloria approached. Gertie had gone ahead to the front door, which now stood open, and Matt came down the front steps to welcome everyone. "Did you get it?" Matt asked, arriving at Boone's truck too. "Right there," Boone said, nodding to the wrapped package on the back seat. "Gloria was going to grab it for me." "And we're a go for everything?" He looked at Gloria, slid his arm around her and kissed her. "Hey, sweetheart, you look fantastic." "Hey, baby." She beamed up at him, and Boone's jealousy soared toward the sky. He turned away from the truck, the weight of the enormous cake shifting in his hands. He steadied it and said, "Someone just needs to grab it, please." "I'll get it," Gloria said. "We're a go for later, yes." "Perfect," Matt said. "Thank you both." He turned toward the cowboys crossing his lawn and started greeting them. Boone knew them all too, because they all worked at the Hammond Family Farm, about 15 minutes from downtown Ivory Peaks, if such a small town could have a downtown. Ivory Peaks did, and it housed a cowboy church, a general store, a small grocery store, 2 gas stations, a barber and salon that shared the space, men on one side and women on the other, and a pet supply store. A couple of restaurants, a dollar store, and the elementary school rounded out Main Street, and Boone sure did like the town. He liked the huge mountains to the west, even if he was used to seeing them in the east. Well, all around, if he was being honest. Montana seemed covered with hills and mountains and snow and sky. He looked up into the Colorado sky and drew a deep breath before going up the steps to Matt's house. Since it was the height of summer, he had all the windows closed and the air conditioning pumping hard. "Thank you, Lord," Boone thought, because he spent far too many hours outside without the cooled air. He went past the men and women milling about in the living room, waiting for the party to start, and into the kitchen, where he slid the cake box onto the counter. Keith stood there with his friends, and Boone grinned at him. "There you are. I haven't seen you yet today." He stole a hug from his nephew, clapping him heartily on the back. "Thanks, Uncle Boone." Keith laughed, and it sure did Boone's heart good to see how happy Keith was. He hoped Gertie would achieve something similar after acclimating to her new school, a new house, and hopefully new friends. They'd moved here at the end of the school year, and she'd spent the past couple of months with her cousins, a boy who lived at the farm next door to where they lived, adults and horses. His daughter loved horses more than people, which actually worried Boone. He wanted her to fit in here. He'd been praying for 72 solid days and nights that Gertie would find just one friend in the junior high on the outskirts of Denver, another 10 minutes past Ivory Peaks. Just one, he thought as he released Keith. "These are my friends," Keith said. "Jordy, Luis, Dalton, and Benny. Nice to meet you fellas," Boone said. "Where's Cassidy?" "She and Izzy are coming in a minute," Keith said, looking toward the front door. "My Uncle Boone, my dad's brother." "Nice to meet you, sir," chorused around, and Boone looked at the kids. "Any of you have siblings that will be in 8th grade?" "I got a brother who'll be in 8th grade," Louise said, and Boone didn't correct him on the grammar. "His name is Alberto." Boone nodded. "My sister is going into 7th, Jordy said. "Is Gertie going into 8th? "Yep." Boone looked around for the mass of balloons, and they started squeezing through the door a moment later. "There she is, behind that mass of balloons." Keith's face lit up, and he went to help Gertie. He took some of them from her, and they started tying the balloons to the backs of chairs, rails on the lamps, and even the handle of the fridge. "This is her," Boone said when Gertie came into the kitchen with Keith. He introduced her around to his friends, though they were all a few years older than her. Boone just watched, because Gertie was a pretty girl, and she liked a boy named Michael Hammond all summer. He'd be 14 in November, and Gertie had turned 13 several weeks ago. Boone had spent more time on his knees this summer than any other, because he could see the changes in his daughter. She'd been wearing a bra before she needed one, but when she needed new undergarments now, she went with another woman. Before they'd moved to Colorado, that had been Boone's steady girlfriend, Carly. This past summer, he'd let her go with Molly Hammond and Gloria, who both worked at the farm where Boone and Gertie lived. Matt and Gloria finally came inside the house and closed the front door, leaving Boone to wonder what had taken them so long. He knew, because they were set to be married tomorrow. It wasn't hard to figure out that they'd snuck away to kiss for a few minutes. "All right," his brother called into the chaos. "I think we're ready to start." He waited a couple of seconds while conversations finished, and people turned their attention toward him. "We've got tables and chairs outside on the deck and in the yard. There's pizza and cheesy bread, some of those garlic knots and the cinnamon twists. Keith set up the volleyball net, and Brick got out all the roller skates and longboards we own or could find. There's a big cement pad back there for that, and we can put the sprinkler on it." He looked around at the group, and Boone could read the expression on his brother's face. He was overwhelmed with love and gratitude for all the people who'd come to celebrate this birthday with his son. "Thank you all for coming," he said, his voice thick. "We'll eat first and do presents after that. Right, Keith?" "Sounds good, Dad." "Okay, let's pray first, and then you can lead us out." Cowboy hats started getting removed, as most people had left theirs on, as they'd all end up outside again anyway. "Gray, would you pray?" Matt asked, and Boone's eyes flew to the tall cowboy who acted as patriarch at the family farm where he worked. Technically, Gray Hammond signed Boone's paychecks, but he'd been gone all summer. He and his family went to Wyoming for the summer months, and they'd only just returned yesterday. Apparently, he and his wife usually stayed until later in August, but they'd wanted to be here for Keith's birthday party and Matt's wedding. That made sense, because Matt had been working for Gray as the caretaker and foreman of his farm for 17 years now. For 15 of those, he'd just come down in the summer and run the farm while Gray and Elise left town. Now, he lived here permanently and worked there full-time. Gray didn't do much around the farm anymore, as he was close to 60 years old. His son, Hunter, had been living there all summer, and he and his wife had opened and currently operated Pony Power, a children's equine therapy unit. "Of course," Gray said, and he bowed his head. "Dear Lord, we thank Thee for the opportunity to gather as friends and family. It's such a blessing to be able to get together. And please bless each of us to look for ways to serve those around us, some of whom might even be in attendance at this party. Bless this year for Keith Whettstein, that it'll be one of his best. And bless his family, especially Matt and Gloria, who are getting married tomorrow. Bless those who haven't arrived yet, that they'll do so safely. And bless us all with thy spirit of guidance and the bravery to go where thou leads us. Amen." "Amen," echoed through the house, and the front door opened. Cassidy and her girlfriend entered the house, and instead of leading everyone out the back door to the deck, Keith went toward the front. "This way," Boone said, his voice plenty loud enough to get people to follow him. He led the way out to the back deck, where the noise of conversation and laughter didn't get quite so trapped and reverberate around inside his head quite so much. Outside, he started opening the pizza boxes as the line queued up behind him. He didn't actually take any food, until the end of the line and those delicious, buttery cinnamon twists. He did nab one of those and take a crunchy, sweet bite as he got out of the way. A cheer went up inside the house, and he looked through the glass doors where people were still coming out. Wes Hammond had walked in, and he'd brought his wife and children with him. Boone immediately looked for Michael, and he found the boy right beside Gertie. Of course. He frowned, and then got over it. Michael would go home in 3 days, and Gertie would have to figure out her own friendships here in Colorado. "Mike," he called, and the boy looked his way. "Your family is here." "They are?" He swung his attention back toward the house, immediately starting that way. He pushed back through the crowd, and Boone watched through the glass as he ran toward his mom and dad, throwing himself into his father's arms first. Wes grinned as wide as the lake that used to sit outside Boone's front door, and Boone could admit that their relationship touched his heart. Michael Hammond was a good boy. He'd worked tirelessly around the farm this summer, separated from his own family, and living with his cousin and his grandfather as his only support. He probably hadn't been any happier to be in Ivory Peaks than Gertie had been, and they'd probably been good for each other. Boone switched his gaze back to his daughter, who now stood in line alone. She reached for a plate, definitely an island among the cowboys behind her and the smaller girls, Britt's friends, in front of her. Boone's heart expanded once again, because Gertie was a good girl too. In that moment, he had the overwhelming impression that she'd be okay. The words actually flowed through his mind and everything. "She'll be okay, Boone. Stop worrying and start trusting." Boone swallowed, because he didn't know how to do that. He needed a guide for how to trust in the Lord more completely. He heard pastors from here to Sugar Pond talk about it. It sounded good in a sermon. Put your faith in God. Trust in the Lord with your whole soul. Learn to rely on the arm of Jehovah. What he didn't know or understand was how to do that. The Lord was surely tired of Boone's constant pleadings and just wanted him to stop. But he found himself asking exactly that. How, Lord? How can I trust you more? The Lord had moved on to someone else, and Boone didn't get an answer while standing there at his nephew's birthday party. He did feel loved and cared for, and he appreciated that so very much. Gloria poked her head out of the house. "Boone, it's here. Could you—" "On my way," he said, turning to go down the steps and away from the party. He could sneak away without Keith noticing, and he did, easily slipping into the garage a moment later. The lack of light in there took a moment for his eyes to adjust to, and he blinked for a few seconds before continuing. He went up a couple of steps to hit the garage door opener, and then the evening light started to flood the garage from the front driveway. As he walked toward the still rising door, he heard a woman say, "Has to move. Who's the moron who parked here?" The door made it all the way up, and Boone saw Cosette Brian standing there. She took his breath away in her denim pencil skirt and nearly sheer blouse with bright green stick bugs on it. She wore a camisole underneath that. The fine lines of the thin straps going over her shoulders he could clearly see. Though she was beautiful, she had that forked tongue that always seemed to whip at him personally. "I am," he said, raising his hand. "Sorry, I had cake and balloons. I can move the truck." Cosette spun toward him, her eyes widening. "Boone." She'd once looked terrified of him. She'd called him a rascal a few months ago, on the day he'd arrived on the farm to stay for good. Then she'd run away, and he'd had to ask Gloria for her number so he could apologize for whatever he'd done wrong. They'd worked it out, and they'd been dancing around one another since. An easy hello there, a handoff for a receipt there, nothing major. Nothing to paint him in a bad light in her mind. Until now. "Sorry," he said, digging in his front pocket for his keys. "I'll be out of the way in 2 shakes." Cosette reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear as Mission, the cowboy she'd been talking to, walked away. She watched him go, and Boone didn't dare move now that they stood on the front driveway alone. She switched her gaze back to his when Mission made it to the front porch, and Boone's mouth turned dry. He wasn't ready to date again. He wasn't. He absolutely was not, and he absolutely would not. Cosette, to his knowledge, did not have a boyfriend and had not gone on a date with a man all summer long. But he didn't know her that well, and she didn't live on site at the farm, so anything was possible. Except the lightning currently arcing between them. That wasn't possible. and Boone threw up every defense he had against the sizzling attraction, because he did not have time for it. He did not want it. He did not. Fine, he did, but he couldn't risk his heart again, and he 100% would not subject Gertie to yet another disastrous relationship that would result in a woman walking out on her. Been there, done that. Twice. Even if the death of her mother had not been anything any of them had wanted. He swallowed. Sure, he was reading the situation all wrong anyway. Cosette had never liked him all that much. "After you move your truck, would you stay and help me put the bow on Keith's present?" she asked, letting her hand drop to her side. Boone said the first thing that came to his mind. The thing he said as easily as he breathed. The thing he said whenever anyone asked him for help. She wasn't special. He was just a nice guy. Sure. 2. Cosette Brian reached into the back of the truck she'd just parked in the driveway, her fingers brushing the huge, red ribbon before it got pulled away from her. Boone had picked it up ahead of her, and he stared at the enormous bow. "This is amazing," he said, finally looking across the bed of the truck to her. "Where did you get this?" "I made it," Cosette said, feeling her defenses rise up. She told herself to relax, that Boone wasn't judging her. He'd already said the bow was amazing. She had to mentally remind herself to smile, and when she did, the gloriously handsome Boone Whettstein did the same. "My goodness," she thought, "he should not be allowed out in public with that smile. It would blind drivers and send them right into the ditch on the side of the road. The brilliance of it would make women swoon from here to the state line. That had to be a crime, didn't it?" Cosette's heart started jackhammering in her chest, despite her clear attempts at being kind to Boone. She thought of Louisa and what she would say, and she kept her smile hitched in place. Cosette wasn't getting up at 5 a.m. because she liked it, though she had grown to love her early morning walks with her neighbor. Louisa Knotts had quickly become Cosette's best friend, despite her living in the small town of Mountain Glen for the past 15 years. Louisa had moved in at the beginning of June, and she'd claimed to be pre-diabetic. She'd asked Cosette if she'd like to go walking with her in the mornings, as she needed the exercise. It had turned out that Louisa was a former psychiatrist for a university, specializing in young adults who'd been through trauma. She'd retired from that job and worked as a paralegal now, for a small law office on the outskirts of the city. Cosette wasn't actually all that young, but she'd found Louisa really easy to talk to. She'd told her about Boone, and they'd been talking about him for months. They'd been talking about Cosette's trust issues for just as long, and Louisa had asked Cosette to think about what the worst thing that could happen if she spoke to Boone. What would be the worst thing? The absolute worst? She'd asked. The best Cosette had been able to come up with was, "He'll talk back." "And that's bad?" Louisa had asked. To Cosette, speaking to a male, especially one as handsome, as tall, and as obviously cowboy as Boone, was bad, yes. She had no good relationships with men her own age, and once she'd told Louisa that, the challenge had come. What if he could be the first? She brought herself back to the present, when Boone cocked his right eyebrow. She'd missed something, if the confusion running through those dark eyes was any indication. "What?" she asked. He leveled his eyebrows. "I asked how you learned how to do this." He held up the multi-looped bow. "I took a class one Christmas," she said. "They're usually about 100 times smaller than that. I just went big for this. We're going to put it right on top of the truck." Boone looked to the top of the truck, which stood about as tall as Cosette. Matthew Whettstein had bought a small truck for his son's 16th birthday from Cosette's sister, who owned a used car lot here in Ivory Peaks. She picked up the truck that morning, as Raven had been holding it at the lot, and Cosette was getting a ride home with Gloria from this party. She glanced toward the open garage. This party. She normally wouldn't even attend a party like this, though she knew Matt, and she knew all the other cowboys, cowgirls, and staff from Pony Power had been invited, and were likely in the backyard. So she was doing a lot outside her comfort zone today. She couldn't wait until Monday morning so she could tell Louisa. Boone stepped to the side and reached up to put the bow on top. "How are you going to keep it there?" "I've always wanted to be able to cock one eyebrow," she said, moving to open the back door of the truck. It had 4 doors and a shorter bed, and it was the perfect little vehicle for a high school student. It was about 10 years old, but didn't have a lot of miles, as the previous owner had kept it out on his ranch and only used it to get from his house out to the far fields on his property. Raven had only had it on the lot for 6 hours before Matt had showed up and bought it. Once the connection had been made between Raven, Matt, and Cosette, the plan for her to pick up the truck and bring it to the party had come together. "You have?" Boone asked, staring openly at her now. "Yeah," she said. "I can't do anything like that." She opened the back door and took out a big roll of duct tape. She pulled out a long piece, ripped it with her teeth, and stepped up into the truck, boosting her height. "Lift it up." She looped the tape around itself, making a circle with sticky stuff all around, and plopped it right in the middle of the roof. "Stick it to that." Boone did, and not a moment too soon. Cosette fell backward off the truck, managing to catch herself against the open door, but hitting her elbow in the process. A cry flew from her mouth, and Boone must have been a superhero, because he arrived at her side in less than 2 seconds flat. "You okay?" he asked, his voice the tender, kind timbre she'd heard men use with their loved ones before. She clutched her elbow as humiliation ran through her. "Yeah, I just hit my funny bone." "Nothing funny about that bone," he said with a smile. "No," was all she could come up with. He really couldn't smile like that. It erased the female mind, and how unfair was that? "Maybe just yours," she thought as her brain started working again. She tried to move, but the door had been pushed open as far as it would go, and she couldn't back up. Boone did, and they shuffled out of the doorway enough for her to close it. "That's all?" he asked. "I think so," Cosette said. "I just splay out the ends." She started doing that, pulling the longer ends of the ribbon down over the rearview mirror on the front of the truck, while Boone did the same over the back. He tucked them into the bed of the truck, and Cosette smiled to herself, because that was what she'd have done. With the 6 ends billowing slightly in the breeze, she faced Boone again. "Thank you, Boone," she said, really trying out his name in her throat. It seemed to fit. "Okay." "Yep," he said. "Are you gonna come back and eat?" He indicated she should go in front of him. "They just started when I came out." "Oh, I don't know," she said. "There's tons," he said, and he obviously had no qualms about joining the fray of people she could hear in the backyard. Of course, he didn't. Boone Whettstein was a people person, and in Cosette's opinion, that was the worst type of person imaginable. "It's pizza and salad," he said. "Have you eaten?" "No," she said. He paused, something marching across his face she couldn't identify. "If you don't want to stay here, we could just go grab something." He cocked that right eyebrow again, this time the smile coming with it. Cosette dang near blacked out. Instead, with her pulse rioting and her cells buzzing at her, she laughed. She laughed. Cosette couldn't even remember the last time she'd laughed in mixed company. Sure, she did with Raven sometimes, but that was it. Never at work. Never if Raven's boyfriend of the month was over to the house or she was with male employees. Never if even a male neighbor was nearby. Boone joined her, and the harmony and melody of their voices mingling in happiness as they did made Cosette long for something she'd vowed she did not want. Companionship. Not only that, but male companionship. "You should stay," she said, because she had no idea how to flirt. Panic started to build beneath her breastbone. She'd gone too far already, and her vision swam slightly. "It's your nephew." Boone lifted one hand toward her face, slowly. Oh, so slowly. Almost like someone had made the world start to spin backward. Cosette lifted her chin in defiance, and to brace herself, all traces of laughter vanishing. He paused, something curious in those eyes now. He dropped his hand without touching her and backed up. "I only want to stay if you're staying," he said. Just like that, right out loud. She'd known the cowboy was confident and bold, but she'd had no idea men talked like that. There wasn't any hidden meaning in those words, was there? Was he playing some game she didn't know about? "I don't know," she said, glancing over her shoulder and into the garage again. Matt's truck sat parked there, with the other half of the two-car garage filled with broken-down boxes, a lawnmower, a weed-eater, and various other equipment and supplies. Just the fact that she looked away from Boone when he stood so close to her told her how far she'd come. She hadn't realized it until that moment. "I'm not really a party person," she said, facing him again. "Then let's go grab something," he said. "No one's going to miss me. And I know they have these huge taco boxes on Friday nights at south of the border." His eyes sparkled with mischief, and she wondered what a Friday night with Boone and a 24 pack of beef tacos would actually be like. The fact that she wondered that baffled her. "I've always wanted to get one," he said. "You haven't yet?" She smiled at him again, reached up, and tucked her hair behind her ear. Shyness and awkwardness combined inside her, the same way they always had around good-looking men. "Honestly?" he asked, but he didn't wait for her to answer. "I'm bushed by Friday night. If I make it back to the cabin and put a frozen pizza in the oven, I call it a win." He chuckled again, the sound like heavenly music to Cosette's ears. "So, no driving to town for a taco box?" "No, ma'am." He rocked back onto the heels of his cowboy boots. "You're not bushed tonight? It's Friday." Her mind screamed at her that there was no way she was going with him to south of the border. That would require riding in a vehicle with him. Alone. Nope, she wouldn't do that. Well, I got off early to come pick up things for the party. I really can't make you miss your nephew's 16th birthday party, she said. It's a big deal. He looked like he was going to argue again, so she quickly added, Did you know we're partnered up for tomorrow's wedding? Surprise darted across his face. We are? You're the best man, right? Yes. I'm not the maid of honor, but Molly is walking with her husband. Gloria put me with you. Cosette had known for about a week, and maybe that was why she hadn't been able to stop thinking about Boone Whettstein over the past several days. Truth be told, she'd been thinking about him since she'd run into him, literally, on the front porch of the farmhouse, months ago. But she wasn't ready to admit that yet. Boone looked down to her hand. Are we gonna... you know. What? Cosette looked at her hands, too, her skin suddenly tingling. Do you... He cleared his throat in a somewhat violent manner. Link your arm through mine? Something like that? A hint of redness crept into his neck and cheeks, and Cosette marveled at his embarrassment. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. A sigh filled her whole soul, but she only let it out in measured lengths. You don't make me uncomfortable, Boone. You sure? He challenged, all of that confidence on display. It sure seemed like I did when I touched you before. I was just startled. Cosette had the distinct thought that she'd have to tell him everything if they honestly started a relationship. Don't be ridiculous, she told herself. No one is starting a relationship. Certainly not her. Okay, Boone said, his higher-pitched tone indicating he didn't believe her. Okay, she said, as if the matter was now decided because she wanted it to be. So, we'll walk down the aisle together tomorrow, and then... I don't know what your family responsibilities are after that, but I don't have anyone to sit by at dinner. That smile spread across his face, and because he controlled it and it moved slowly, Cosette didn't swoon. Her knees only went weak for a moment, and she leaned her hip into the hood of the truck to mask it. I'm sure I can sit by you, Boone said. Great, she said. Then I'll take a rain check on the tacos. Both eyebrows flew up now, and she grinned and shook her head. You're an enigma, Cosette Brian, he said. I'm not real good at mysteries or solving puzzles, but I want to figure you out. Do you just say whatever comes into your head? She asked, straightening away from the truck. If so, that's kind of unsettling. My daddy always said I didn't have a filter, Boone said with a laugh, as if that was a good thing. Cosette wasn't sure if it was or not, but she liked that he didn't play games. Dad! No way! Cosette turned at the excited yell of a teenager, and she got out of the way as Keith Whettstein came barreling toward her and Boone. She knew her place among a crowd, and it was definitely near the back of it. People came pouring through the front door and down the sidewalk, as well as through the garage, all of them coming to see Keith's gift. Keith looked around wildly, his gaze finally landing on Matt and Gloria, who stood at the front of the crowd, their hands locked together. This is insane, he said. You said you weren't going to get me a car. I didn't get you a car, Matt said, his grin as bright and powerful as the sun. I got you a mini truck, and don't forget, you paid for half of it. Keith whooped and threw himself into his father's arms. They laughed together, and then Keith faced the truck again. I have the key, Boone said, and he put his hand out in front of Cosette. She certainly didn't want the spotlight, and she quickly extracted it from the front pocket of her skirt and placed it in his palm. He lifted it high above his head. You want it? Keith looked at that key the way a hungry man would eye a donut. Boone laughed, and he stepped through the crowd to hug his nephew too. And as Keith got behind the wheel of the mini-truck, everyone who'd come to the party began to applaud. Cosette looked around, her hands coming up to clap too, and she felt something she hadn't felt in a long, long time. It took her a moment to understand, and another to give it a name, but when she did, tears pricked her eyes. Belonging. Everyone here belonged here, including her. She couldn't be seen crying in a crowd, so she kept her composure. She'd cry later, when her knees hit the floor in prayer. Right now, she thought, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for giving me a new place to belong. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Boone returned to her side as the truck's engine roared to life, and the applause started to die. As the crowd broke up and people began to return to the food in the backyard, he leaned down and said, "I'm looking forward to tomorrow, Cosette, and to the tacos," in a voice half the volume he normally used, which only made his tone that much sexier. With that, he left Cosette to shiver in the summer evening as he joined his brother and Gloria. The trio moved to the front sidewalk to watch Keith drive down the road in his new truck, and Cosette realized she didn't have a way to leave the party. So she did something completely insane. She walked over to Boone's side and looked down the road at the mini-truck trundling away too. When Boone looked at her, she simply said, "Gloria's my ride home. Guess I'll have to stay after all." 3. Boone looked at himself in the mirror, wondering when he'd started looking old. Older, he clarified. He should look older, because Gertie was 13 now, and Boone was no spring chicken. He adjusted the way his bow tie sat at his collar, making sure it was precisely straight. Matt was getting married today, and Boone knew his brother wanted everything to be just right. That extended to his children and his brother, so Boone reached for the dark brown cowboy hat sitting on the counter in front of him. He and Matt had gone shopping and bought themselves matching hats for today, and Matt's son, Keith, had a new cowboy hat for the wedding as well. "Daddy," Gertie drawled, and Boone turned from the mirror in the event center. The doorway framed his daughter, and Boone suddenly saw how much older she was too. The girl wasn't straight up and down anymore, and Gloria had taken the girls to get new dresses for the wedding. Boone liked his brother's fiancée a whole lot, especially for how welcome Gloria had made him and Gertie feel when they'd come to Ivory Peaks. Not only that, but Gloria had included Gertie in absolutely everything this summer, the same as Britt, Matt's daughter. That meant she'd gone shopping with Gloria and Molly, and she'd gotten new clothes, new underclothes, and this pretty new dress in a shade of blue Boone could only find in the purest of summer skies. He whistled as he ran his eyes down Gertie's feet. "Look at you, pumpkin." "Daddy," she said, a frown appearing between her eyes. She smiled it away and stepped into the room. "You look handsome. You sure you won't walk down the aisle with me?" Boone gave her a wide smile, teasing her. She told him a dozen times a day over the summer how embarrassing he was. But she still showed up for dinner every night, talked to him until he thought his ears might fall off, and came to the stables to spend time with the horses. If there was one thing about Gertie, it was that she adored horses. They sure liked her, too, and some of Boone's calm energy with animals had transferred to her. That was about all, as she had wispy, light blonde hair like her mother. She did have the shape of his eyes, and he could see the blue fire in them when she got upset with him. Right now, they twinkled like stars in a dark sky, and he offered her his arm. "I can't," she said. "Gloria wants us kids to walk her down the aisle." Boone dropped his elbow back to his side, then moved his eyes to her feet. She wore cowgirl boots with her dress, the stitching around the toes the same blue color. "You guys have something up your sleeve?" he said, clearly hinting for her to tell him what. "I'm not telling," she said. "Gloria wants it to be a surprise." "I won't tell anyone." Gertie cocked one hip, her hair swaying. She wore half of it up at the moment, with tiny white flowers woven throughout. "You'll run straight to Uncle Matt." Boone laughed, because he did have a tendency to run to Matt when he had some juicy gossip, or when he needed help, or for anything, really. "He's getting married in 15 minutes. I'm not going to have time to tell him anything." "Which is why I stopped by," Gertie said. "You're supposed to be lining up right now. Caitlin looked like she might blow a gasket any second." Boone looked toward the open door, and he didn't see or hear the wedding planner. "We don't want that to happen." He wasn't surprised Caitlin hadn't come to get him, because over the past few months as Matt and Gloria had been planning their wedding, Caitlin had made it pretty clear that she'd like Boone to take her to dinner. Or something. He'd avoided her as much as possible, and when she'd finally cornered him and asked him if he wanted to get coffee or something, he'd blurted out something about not dating right now. He honestly couldn't remember. He knew it had been an embarrassing situation on both sides, and Caitlin had made sure she hadn't run into him again. "Let's go," he said, stepping past his daughter. She fell into step beside him, pausing to let him go through the doorway first. He automatically started looking for Cosette, though he told himself not to. She was his date for the wedding, and if he was late lining up, she'd likely be anxious. "No," he told himself, "she's not your date." He was walking down the aisle with her. That was all. He'd asked her about getting some tacos, but nothing had been set up. He wasn't sure if anything ever would be. Cosette Brian seemed to have a 100-foot wall erected around herself, and Boone certainly wasn't going to be the knight in shining armor to knock it down. A couple of people moved, and Boone caught sight of Cosette. She, too, wore a gorgeous blue dress, and with her dark auburn hair, she made Boone's lungs seize right up. They forgot they were supposed to breathe on their own, and his feet slowed as the more vital functions of his body failed him. "Daddy," Gertie said, and Boone blinked. "Come on." She could turn from warm to cold in less time than it took for the weather to change, and Boone didn't need her displeasure today. He really did want everything to be perfect for Matt. So he somehow got his wooden legs to bend and move properly, and he approached the group of people who didn't seem anywhere near getting in a line. His heart skipped a beat, because he still felt very much like an outsider here in Colorado. He told himself not to. Everyone had accepted him and welcomed him, but he suspected that had something to do with Gertie, his dead wife, or Matt. Probably all three. Everyone loved Matt, and he was definitely the calmer of the two when compared to Boone. He couldn't help it if he loved to laugh, loved to tease people, and loved to get them all riled up. "Mr. Whettstein," a crisp female voice said, "you're the leader. Up here, please." Caitlin walked away before Boone could really look at her. He did his brotherly duty and went to the front of the line. Cosette wasn't there either, and he'd passed her back a couple of people, buried behind Molly, Elise, Danny, and a couple of other women Boone couldn't name. He hadn't looked at her, and as far as he knew, she hadn't looked at him. "Boone!" someone hissed, and he turned to his left, the sound definitely coming from that way. Hunter Hammond gestured to him in an over-exaggerated way, and Boone cast a glance in Caitlin's direction. She'd bustled off to do something else, and Boone took his opportunity to escape. He strode toward Hunter, who clapped him on the back and said, "Matt needs you for a sec." "He's risking my life," Boone muttered, but Hunter only chuckled. Boone went down the hall to the groom's room, where he'd left his brother 20 minutes ago, dressed, cuff-linked, tied, and ready. He'd been pacing, and Boone had needed a break from the tension and anxiety. As he opened the door, he got punched in the face with it all over again. Matt turned from the back of the room, Gray Hammond at his side. Boone couldn't fault his brother. Getting married again was an enormously huge event. Boone couldn't imagine doing it himself, so he tamed his slight irritation and put a smile on his face. He looked at Gray. "What's he freaking out about?" "Nothing," Matt said at the same time Gray said, "The music." Matt threw Gray a dirty look, but the older cowboy simply smiled at him. "I told him it's going to be fine. They hired a wedding planner to take care of details like that." "Gray's right," Boone said. Besides, what would Matt do about it? Hire a new band? Switch out the CD? "Can you just go check on the music for Gloria? She and the kids want what she rollerblades to, and I swear they're going to play that blasted wedding march." He ran his hands through his hair, his cowboy hat lying on the counter. When he looked at Boone, he seemed about to unravel. "I'm on it, bro," he said. "Don't worry." He met Gray's eyes, silently pleading for him to somehow tranquilize Matt so he could make it through his own wedding. They'd had a great birthday party last night. After everyone else had left, Boone had stayed to help Matt clean up. He was taking Britt and Keith for Matt while he went on his honeymoon. The two of them had always gotten along so well, and Boone really would do anything for his brother. He'd talked about their dad, and then their mom, and Boone knew he wished they were here. Daddy had died a few years back, and Mom had left Montana a decade before that. Boone wasn't entirely sure where she lived right now, though he did have her phone number and could have found out. Matt had asked him not to. Last night, he'd said he'd texted her to let her know he was getting married, and she'd congratulated him. That was all he needed. Now, looking at him, Boone didn't think so. If their father could have been there, he would have been. Taking solace in that, Boone turned to go make sure the right track would play when Gloria came down the aisle. "Boone!" Caitlin griped at him, but he just held up one palm and kept moving. Matt wasn't even at the altar yet. He wasn't going to miss anything. "Boone," another woman said, and this voice made him stop in his tracks. He looked over to Cosette as she approached, the skirt on her dress billowing as her legs moved. He yanked his eyes up to hers, finding sunshine and smiles there. That was new, at least when she looked at him. Not entirely, he reminded himself, his own smile stretching across his face. "I just have an errand for Matt." Cosette's eyebrows went up. "Oh? What's that?" She glanced over her shoulder to where Caitlin was physically manhandling Travis Thatcher to get him in line where she wanted him. His arms flopped like noodles, and he looked petrified. Boone almost started laughing, but when the wedding planner spun and glared a hole in his larynx, the sound died. "Because Caitlin is about to blow her top." "The music," Boone said. "Could you tell her? Cover for me? I know it's dumb. You know the music is right, but Matt needs the reassurance." He pressed both hands together in front of him in a praying gesture. "Tell her I need 2 minutes, please." Cosette's hands wound around one another once, then twice. She swallowed and added, "Okay, I'll tell her." She turned back the way she'd come, and Boone put some boogie in his step to get this ridiculous check done for his brother. He strode outside, as the wedding was taking place on a gorgeous patio that had a wrought iron railing around it. On the far end, it opened up to the altar, which was made of 2 saddles. Boone himself had crafted some of it, and the saddles would lift off and get placed on a horse each for Matt and Gloria. They were literally riding off into their future with the sun setting behind them after the ceremony. They'd already served dinner, which was a bit unorthodox, but Boone had told them they should do what they wanted, and they wanted to leave immediately following the ceremony. So all of the formalities, the dancing, the cake cutting, and the greeting and eating had already happened. Relief streamed through Boone that this day was almost over. He detoured to the left to the sound booth and leaned over it. "Hey, fellas," he said. "I just need to double-check what's gonna play when the bride makes her entrance." Gloria's father had died a couple of years ago, too, and she didn't have anyone to walk her down the aisle. Boone had offered. So had Hunter and Gray. In the end, she'd asked the children to escort her and give her to Matt, and they'd been thrilled. Well, Britt and Gertie had been. Keith, the jury was still out on him. "Let's see," one of the men said. He wore a headset that looked entirely too professional for a farm wedding. He rifled through a couple of CDs. "Looks like this." He handed Boone the disc, and it had 80s mix scrawled on it in black marker. "Right?" "Yep," Boone said. "Thanks." He turned, then whipped back to the booth. "Wait, it's gonna be loud, right?" "I got the memo for loud," the man said, giving Boone a look, one that said he knew how to do his job. "It's just, my brother's nervous," Boone said, smiling for all he was worth. "Thanks a lot." He turned and skedaddled back the way he'd come, bracing himself to be skewered by Caitlin when he got back inside. Sure enough, she scalded him with a heated look, and he actually jogged toward the hallway that would take him back to his brother. He opened the door and poked his head in. "Music is set, Matt. 80s mix. Loud." "Thank you." Matt had donned his cowboy hat. "I better get out there." "Yep," Gray said. "Let's go." He led the way, and Boone held the door for them. Gray was probably only 20 years older than Matt, and Boone supposed he could have been their father with that age difference. No matter what, he'd been a good friend and a steadying influence in Matt's life, right when Matt had needed him. Boone, too, if he'd admit it to himself. "Boone!" Caitlin yelled. "Get out here!" "Yes, ma'am," he said, hurrying to get in position. He watched Matt and Gray disappear outside, and he looked around, wondering where Gertie had gotten to. He couldn't see her, and he supposed she knew where to be. She was a bright and intelligent girl, even if she had turned 13. Matt had warned him that teenagers lost their brains, and they just sat under their beds for a few years. Boone hadn't seen that in Gertie yet, but she'd been quite a few things in her short life. "Cosette, your cowboy is finally here," Caitlin said, glaring at Boone. "Relax," he said. "Matt just barely went out. He's probably shaking hands with every single person." "Do not tell me to relax," Caitlin said through gritted teeth. Her dark hair had been twisted up into an elegant updo, as if she were the one tying the knot that day. Boone opened his mouth to reply, but Cosette's hand slid over his arm, rendering him mute. He did manage to twist his head to look at her, and she gave him an almost imperceptible shake of her head. He snapped his mouth shut and faced the double-glass doors leading out to the patio and then the altar. In that moment, music blared, actually shaking the glass and the rafters with a heavy bass beat. "My word," Caitlin grumbled. Boone grinned, because if he ever got married again, he'd want to do it exactly the way he wanted to as well. Matt and Gloria were living that dream, and he actually considered dancing down the aisle. "Don't you dare," Cosette said, as if she could read his mind. "What?" he asked. She nodded to his right foot, which was tapping out a rhythm to the beat of the muted music. "They specifically said to just walk." "I'm gonna walk," Boone said, smiling at her. He tucked her closer to his side, really securing her hand in his arm. "Are you ready to walk, Miss Brian?" Her eyes met his, and the whole world fell away. Fire and ash could have filled the sky, and the only person Boone would have seen was Cosette. Tonight, she wore false eyelashes that made her eyes seem bigger than they were, and plenty of soft pink gloss that made her lips shiny and silky. "Boone!" someone said, and he blinked, trying to find his way back to reality. "Daddy!" Gertie said, and that got him to resume his normal human functions. He looked right at her, because he'd always been able to find his daughter. She waved at him to get going. "We're waiting on you," with heat and embarrassment filling his face. Boone squared his shoulders, took a deep breath, and took the first step toward the doors that would lead the wedding party outside and into the ceremony. 4. Cosette could feel the dance inside Boone starting to grow. In front of them, the doors opened, letting in the full volume of the music, and she nearly got blown back. "My word," she whispered, confident no one could hear her. Sure enough, Boone didn't even look her way. He kept walking, smooth as butter, his long legs eating up a lot of distance with every stride. Eyes landed on them, on her, dozens of eyes. Then hundreds of them. Cosette had the very real urge to flee, but she gripped Boone's arm a little tighter and kept moving. One step, then another, each foot in front of the other. She coached herself all the way down the aisle, the faces on either side of it blurring a little as she focused only on the pair of saddles that made up the altar. Matt stood there, beaming like the sun, moon, and stars combined, and Cosette felt his joy when she looked at him. It infused inside her, almost like it was her own. She wondered what it would feel like if it was, and how she could pinpoint what or who it was which had made her feel that way. She'd existed with fear and pain and misery for so long, she wasn't sure how to escape from them. "You're over there, darling," Boone said, using his huge cowboy hat to nod toward the women's side of the altar. Cosette stumbled, though she'd practiced this twice already. She knew where to stand and how many steps it took to get there. Her cheeks heated as she separated from him and had to walk 4 or 5 steps on her own. Since she'd come down the aisle with Boone, she had to move the furthest along the side to make room for the others in the wedding party. She didn't mind, because it kept her out of the limelight for the guests who'd gathered to witness this wedding, and she got a bird's-eye view of the happy couple as they said "I do." Really, she could see past the pastor to Boone, and boy, oh boy, the man was a sight for sore eyes. Cosette couldn't believe she found him handsome, just like she couldn't believe she'd said she'd go get tacos with him either. He hadn't asked again, but it had only been 24 hours since Keith's birthday party. Elise Hammond arrived next to her, and Cosette gave the woman a smile. She had 4 children and was married to Gray. Together, they owned the farm where Cosette worked as an administrative assistant for Pony Power, the equine therapy unit for children that their daughter-in-law, Molly, spearheaded and ran. Molly stepped next to Elise, and they gripped each other's hands for a couple of seconds, their faces filled with a glow Cosette found fascinating. Had she ever looked like that? Had she ever been so excited for someone else that she couldn't contain herself? Heck, had she ever been so excited for herself that she couldn't contain herself? Even when she'd married Joel, she wasn't sure this level of enthusiasm had been present. She'd been raised by a single father who Grams had always said knew how to communicate better with horses and cattle than humans. She and Raven had stuck close to one another, and without her sister, Cosette was sure she wouldn't still be on this earth. Gratitude for Raven, Daddy, and Graham streamed through her, and with her family cemented solidly in her mind, Cosette took a deep breath and looked back over to Boone. He cocked one eyebrow at her, clearly asking her if she was okay. She liked and disliked that he seemed to be able to read her, and that he sure seemed interested in helping her. Deep down, she knew it was more than just helping that Boone Whettstein had in mind. He'd been careful around her, which she appreciated, though it was probably done out of self-preservation more than anything else. She hadn't exactly been nice to him when they'd first met. Now, though, Boone had Cosette's mind in a frenzy almost all the time. She thought of him on the way to work, on the way home, and all through making dinner and then getting out her romance novels or going over to Raven's car dealership if her sister had to work late. Just thinking about her routine, normal, safe life calmed Cosette. She gave Boone a smile, and he switched his gaze to Matt. Cosette ducked her head, the loud music finally finishing. In the space between songs, a gasp rose through the crowd. They'd all stood to watch the wedding party come down the aisle, and while Cosette wore heels and had a couple of inches of height over the average woman, she still couldn't see what had caused the ruckus. Boone started to laugh, and Cosette tossed him a look that told him to stop. He wasn't watching her, because he didn't stop, and every man on the other side of the altar wore a smile or was chuckling too. Even Matt. Another song started to play, this one a tune Cosette had heard many times. Gloria sang this song almost every day, and she didn't care who was listening. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rival. Matt sang along with the song. He did a step-touch dance move that sent horror through Cosette. On the other side of the aisle, back behind the preacher, where Boone stood, he pumped his fist. Cosette's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. This was no way to act at a wedding. The next thing she knew, everyone was singing along with the song, and Gloria came into view with a stroller in front of her. Britt, Matt's daughter, rode in the stroller, and Keith glided along at Gloria's side, his face radiant. Gertie, Boone's daughter, flanked Gloria's other side, and she too seemed to be floating on air. Cosette knew instantly that they were all wearing roller blades, and Gloria liked to take horses, dogs, and kids out into the Colorado countryside with her when she went blading. And the last known survivor stalks his prey in the night, everyone sang. Even elderly Christopher Hammond, who had to be over 80 years old now. To her great surprise, even Cosette chimed in with, "And he's watching us all with the eye of the tiger." Gloria slid to a stop right beside Matt, her face full of love and happiness. Cosette envied her powerfully in that moment, simply because she didn't seem to have anything negative in her life. She knew that wasn't true, because she'd been working with Gloria for over a year, and the woman had problems like everyone else. Just the fact that she didn't have a parent or a sibling here to support her testified of that. But despite it, she had found the good, the happiness she needed, the man who was going to make all of her dreams come true, even after it had seemed like she'd lost everything. Cosette felt herself clawing her way back toward the surface. Once she'd slipped below and hadn't known it. Only after she'd managed to walk away from Joel for good did she realize how far beneath the ground he'd buried her. Every day since had been a trial, every hour a gift from the good Lord above. She watched as Matt hugged his son heartily, pounding him on the back. He bent down and lifted his daughter from the stroller, and she wrapped her skinny arms around his neck and her tiny legs around his midsection. Gertie stepped over and hugged her uncle, and then together, the three children gave Gloria a little push toward Matt. Keith wheeled the stroller out of the way, and the kids went to sit in the first row. Cosette breathed a sigh that everyone was in place now, and she looked at Matt and Gloria as they gazed at one another. The weight of Boone's eyes on her grew heavier, but Cosette really wanted to try to unravel all of the love streaming from Matt and Gloria. It filled the air, the whole sky, and then snuck right into Cosette's heart. A part of her that had died long ago started to breathe again, and new life beat through her bloodstream. Perhaps she could have a second chance at the happiness she'd thought she was getting a decade ago. Perhaps even years of pain and abuse could be healed by true love. With her heart pounding and sprinting and hammering all at the same time, she finally gave in to the fierceness of Boone's eyes. Hers met his, and it felt like someone had shot a flaming arrow from her to him, binding them and making her inch closer to him. Perhaps he could be her cowboy prince, her knight in shining armor, the man who rode up on a white steed to save the maiden who'd been trapped in the tower for far too long. Both of his eyebrows went up this time, and Cosette shook her head. She'd spent too much time in the pages of her fairy tales growing up, and now romance novels that she was older. She knew better than to believe that fictional heroes were real, and just because Boone was drop-dead gorgeous didn't mean he had the ability to save her. No, if Cosette wanted the second chance she'd just caught a glimpse of, she was going to have to get herself above ground and into the tower first. Then, maybe, Boone might be able to rescue her and make all of her wildest dreams come true. She swallowed, her way of forcing herself to focus on the ceremony. Gloria had already read her vows, and Matt held both of her hands. "I love you," he said, simply but with so much emotion that tears came to Cosette's eyes. There was no denying what he'd said. What he felt. She could feel it too. "I love you as wide as the sky," he said, "as big as the moon, and as the day is long. I'm not perfect, but I'm going to do my best to make sure you're happy." She pressed one palm to her erratically beating heart, because it sounded like a promise from a man that would be kept. Rays of sunshine filled her soul, and Cosette believed for the first time since Joel had struck her that a man could keep his promises, that he could love and cherish a woman, that he could say "I love you" and mean it with everything he possessed. She lost the battle to her tears, because there was so much more going on than just a wedding. Several broken parts of her had been miraculously healed, and the relief and gratitude of that had brought her tears of joy. "Thank you," she thought, hoping her silent prayer would make it to the Lord among all the other love and joy present. The pastor pronounced Matt and Gloria husband and wife, and the crowd began to cheer. Cosette stood still and let all of the healing power of God wash through her. And when she blinked and looked up into the dark eyes of Boone, he said, "You can hold on to me." A sob flew from her throat, and she did exactly that. This time without worry. This time with hope. This time as a woman who wasn't afraid of a man. She did wonder how many questions Boone would have, and she straightened quickly, wiping her eyes. "That was beautiful," she said. Boone slipped his hand into hers and said nothing. Just the fact that he was there, at her side, supporting her, meant the world to Cosette. It meant that he didn't mind that she'd bent a little in the wind. He was going to tie her to himself and hold her steady. He was going to make sure her trunk continued to grow straight and strong despite the wind. As she stood beside him, her fingers clutching his tightly, all she could do was pray that he wouldn't mind taking a fixer-upper of a woman out for tacos. Soon. Boone did his best to smile at Gertie and Michael as they approached the truck. They weren't holding hands, and Boone had never seen them do so. He knew what a crush looked like, though, and he finally wiped the half-smile, half-grimace from his face before his daughters saw it. "Ready?" he asked the two teenagers. "Uncle Boone!" Britt yelled as she got out of Keith's truck, her therapy dog right behind her. The golden retriever smiled everywhere she went, and Boone couldn't help grinning back at Pearl. "Ready?" Gertie said. "Did you get the barbecue chips, Dad?" "Yes," Boone said, still focused on Britt as she half ran, half skipped toward him. Keith got out too, carrying two backpacks. He smiled and lifted his hand in a wave to Boone, who did the same back to him. Then he laughed as he scooped Britt into his arms, the tiny girl practically flying up into the stratosphere. "Look at you, little miss," he said. "Well, I didn't know we wore dresses to go hiking." "I have her cane," Keith said, lifting the backpacks over the back of the truck to put them in the back. "Just a sec." He hurried back to his truck to get Britt's cane, and she frowned at him as he put it in Boone's truck. "And Pearl's leash." "I don't need that," Britt said, turning to look at Boone. "Yeah, I know," he said, "but it makes your daddy feel better if we bring it. I'll carry it just in case." He gave her a bright smile, because she most likely would need the cane. "Look," Gertie said, and Boone turned to see her holding up a walking stick. "Mike and I have them too. It's no big deal, Britt." Boone's heart expanded with love right then and there. Britt slid down his body to the ground and ran to hug Gertie. "Yours is so colorful," she said. "Maybe we could paint mine too." She spun to look at Boone with big, wide eyes. How Matt ever said no to her, Boone would never know. "Not right now," he said, which was a way of saying yes. "We're headed out right now. I've got the chips, the carrots, and the sandwiches." "Did you get the macaroni salad from Elise?" Keith asked. "It's amazing, Uncle Boone." "I got it all from Elise," Boone said, though he knew how to put together a picnic lunch for a day of hiking. He had been a widower for years now, and Gertie hadn't died of starvation yet. "I'm gonna text Cassidy and tell her we're leaving now," Keith said as he opened the front passenger door to get in. "Come on, Pearl." He waited for the golden retriever to jump into the cab. Boone grunted in agreement, though he wasn't overly thrilled to be chaperoning his nephew's date with his girlfriend. He had told Matt he'd keep an eye on his son, and he definitely gave Keith a glare as he opened the back door. Keith didn't even look up from his phone, and Boone sighed inwardly as he lifted Britt onto the back bench seat. Gertie and Michael went around the back of the truck to the other door, and they climbed in too, with Gertie in the middle, and Mike sitting right behind where Boone would be driving. He closed Britt's door and walked a pace or two toward the tailgate. "Help me, Lord," he murmured, because he realized he was now on a triple date with his daughter and Mike, Keith and Cassidy, and him and Britt. If the only woman he could get to go out with him was his 9-year-old niece, or a golden retriever. Boone didn't even want to complete the thought. He balked at the thought of dating anyway, despite the image of Cosette's pretty face and big, hazel-green eyes entering his mind. He got behind the wheel and reached to start the truck. School hadn't started yet, which meant the August sunshine still heated the Colorado Rockies plenty past comfortable. In Montana, the weather would have started to chill already, and Boone didn't hate the extended summer. "She's on her way," Keith said, clearly having missed all of Boone's glares. He gave his nephew another one while he adjusted the air conditioning and turned down the radio. "Great," he said in a deadpan. "You're gonna be good with her today, right?" Keith finally looked at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" He stroked Pearl's head, and the dog looked like she'd died and gone to heaven. "Just because I'm not your dad doesn't mean I'm gonna let you sneak off into the forest to kiss." "Uncle Boone." Keith shook his head, his whole face turning the shade of a beet in less time than it took to breathe. "I'm not gonna do that." His last sentence came out in a mumble. "Good," Boone boomed, glaring into the rearview mirror. "That goes for everyone in this truck. No kissing today." "Dad," Gertie said with plenty of venom in her voice. "Stop it." "I won't stop it," Boone said. "You two are too young for kissing." "I haven't kissed her, sir," Michael said, meeting Boone's eyes in the mirror. "Honest." "You're holding her hand right now," Boone said, putting the truck in reverse. He couldn't see their hands, but he knew. He wasn't sure how, but he did. Father's instinct, perhaps. Michael's shoulders shifted, and his face colored too. He said nothing, and Gertie looked out Britt's window, her arms now folded across her chest. Fine with Boone. He backed out of the driveway in front of the cabin where he lived with Gertie, and got the truck bumping down the mostly smooth dirt road. "When did you kiss a girl for the first time?" Keith asked. Boone dang near drove them right into the largest pine tree on the corner of the lot at the homestead. He jerked the wheel, a gasp coming from his mouth. Gertie started to giggle in the back seat, and Boone didn't like that. The girl would tease him relentlessly if he said anything, and she'd pull out her forked tongue if he didn't. She didn't seem to know when to say something and when to not yet. and he glared at her while she leaned over and whispered something to Michael. "No whispering," he practically shouted. "It's rude." Gertie rolled her eyes, and Boone pressed on the brake. "Do you want to stay home?" "No, sir," she said quickly, her smile fading and her eyes widening as she pleaded with him silently. "Whispering is rude," Britt said. "That's what my teacher says." A beat of silence filled the truck before Boone got it moving again. "She's right," he said in a much more normal voice, tone, and volume. "If you can't say something out loud to all of us, don't say it." "I was just saying that you'd probably kissed a girl when you were 13, Gertie said. "Which is how old I am, Daddy." "Yeah, well." Boone cleared his throat, tossing a look over to Keith. He sat there nonplussed, his flushed embarrassment from a few minutes ago gone. "Maybe I was 13, but she was older." "Were you really 13? Keith asked. Boone shifted in his seat and decided not to deny it. "Yes." "I can't believe you, Dad," Gertie said indignantly. "I'm totally sneaking off into the woods to kiss Michael today." The teenager whipped his attention toward Gertie. "Really?" "No," Boone said. "Not really." He rolled his eyes now. "Can we talk about something else? Wasn't there some show on last night that y'all were hyped about?" He went past the homestead, the long fence separating the horse pastures from the dirt road that ran along it coming into view. Barns and stables sat in front of him, and that was where he went to work every day. No one said anything, and as he neared the big red barn that acted as the administration office for Pony Power, the door opened and Cosette came outside. Boone's first instinct was to pull over and ask her to go hiking with them. Then he'd have a date too. Even as he slowed and came to a stop, he knew she wouldn't come. First, there wasn't any room for her in the truck. Second, she was working today. "Howdy," he said, leaning toward Keith, who'd rolled down his window. "We're off to go hiking." Cosette looked at Keith, then Boone, then the kids in the back seat, her smile growing with each moment. "That's great," she said. "I just came out to get some fresh air. They're staining the stalls in there, and it's full of fumes." Boone nodded, feeling the weight of all the teenage eyes on him. "So you can't come hiking with us?" "Not today," she said, still grinning. "Too bad," he said, smiling back. "Well, call me if you need something with the horses. Otherwise, Travis and Cody are here today." "Mission's back today, too," Cosette said. "We'll be fine. Gray and Wes are here, too." She looked down the fence line toward the homestead. "Have fun?" She offered a wave and another smile, and Boone forced himself to get his truck moving again. No one said anything as he trundled along, past the pine trees and all the way to the stop sign. He barely slowed before taking the left turn that would take them away from the town of Ivory Peaks and further into the mountains. Just when Boone was about to go crazy, he reached for the volume knob on the radio. Before he could turn it up, Keith said, "Are you going to ask Cosette out?" Boone nearly ran the truck off the road for a second time in the past 5 minutes. "No," he barked, though technically he already had. "Why would you think that?" He added a half scoff, half laugh to the end of his question. Keith shrugged and looked out his window. Boone focused on the road again, his throat suddenly too tight to swallow. Britt hummed to herself in the back seat while he kneaded the steering wheel, words piling up beneath his tongue. Gertie seemed to be drilling holes in the back of his head with her eyes, but he refused to look in the mirror to see if that was true or not. There was no traffic out here, and he didn't need to check any of his mirrors. Not right now, at least. To alleviate the increasing tension, he reached over and managed to get the volume turned up before Keith could ask any more embarrassing for Boone questions. Relief poured through him when the song playing was one all the kids knew from one of their social media apps, and the three teenagers started singing along with the lyrics. With that simple act, Boone's belief in God was reaffirmed, and he pressed his eyes closed as he thought, "Thank you, Lord." Then he added, "Some help today would be great, and if there's anything I'm doing with Cosette to make people think I like her, can you make me stop that, please?" He drove casually, but his mind fired at him. "You do like Cosette. You said you wanted to figure her out. What about the tacos?" "Tacos, tacos, tacos." "Dad, that's our turn." "Right." He swung the truck at the same time he braked, and everyone protested except him. "Made it." He gave everyone a grin as he pulled into a spot at the trailhead, and they all looked blankly back at him. "Come on. Everyone's carrying their own pack and their own walking stick." He bolted from the truck, jogging around the front to help Britt down. She didn't protest his help, nor did she frown at her cane now that Michael and Gertie had them too. "All set?" he asked, adjusting the straps on his pack. He carried all of the food, as well as his own water, and gladness crept through him. Boone did love the outdoors with his whole heart, and he let Gertie and Michael take the lead while Keith went to help Cassidy with her car keys. He saw no evidence of kissing or even an attempted kiss while his nephew zipped her keys into her backpack, which she already wore. He sent Britt behind Michael. Then Keith and Cassidy went up the trail, and Boone followed them all. He took a deep breath of the mountain air, finally feeling centered and in control of the situation again. Then he thought about kissing Cosette again, and everything inside his mind and everywhere his pulse existed went off the rails. This time, he didn't fight the feelings as they washed through him, but he entertained them. What would it be like, really be like, to go out with her? "There's only one way to find out," he thought, as the clouds shifted and the sunlight came raining down on them. "Come on," he said a couple of hours later. He wadded up his trash and stuck it in the plastic grocery sack. "Time to get cleaned up and head back." Keith and Cassidy sat several yards away on a boulder overlooking the valley, hand in hand. They hadn't snuck off to do any kissing, so Boone's lecture had worked. Likewise, Gertie and Michael had stayed within his sight, and even if they hadn't held hands, he could sense their crushes for each other. He supposed it wasn't a bad thing. Michael Hammond was a good boy, and he didn't even live in Ivory Peaks. Boone had already gone through this cycle, and he suspected he would again. Gertie was his only child, his little girl, and he couldn't stand the thought of her growing up and dating, kissing boys, getting married. Boone wasn't supposed to have to go through these things alone. He sighed as he got to his feet, his thoughts running around his wife. "Wish you were here, Nick," he thought. He touched 2 fingertips to the brim of his cowboy hat, and then pointed them toward heaven, and his eyes met Gertie's as his hand came back down. "I'll get it all, Daddy," she said, because she knew that gesture. Boone had told her when she was a little girl that they could always talk to her mother. All they had to do was give her a nod or a kiss, and then send it toward heaven. Gertie kept her eyes on his as she approached, reached for the bag, and then paused. "Would Mom have liked this hike?" "Yes," Boone said without hesitation. "Mama would have loved this place." Nicky had loved hiking, being outside, riding horses, and everything the mountains offered. The seasons, the way the leaves changed colors in the fall, and the way they renewed their life in the spring. She adored pine trees, and had kept one in their house all year round, not just at Christmas time. After she'd gotten ill, she'd told Boone that she loved them so much because they grew so straight, and they remained true for decades. "They're evergreen," she'd whispered that night in bed. He'd held her as tightly as he could, knowing even then that he wouldn't have her forever. "Like my love for you and Gertie." After she'd died, Boone had tried to make her evergreen too. He tried to make sure Gertie knew her and knew everything about her. He didn't shy away from talking about her, and he looked his daughter dead in the eye and asked, "What do you think she'd have liked best about Colorado?" "How big the mountains are," Gertie said, turning to look out at them again. "How long they go on, how they pierce the sky." Boone slung his arm around his daughter's shoulders, glad he could talk to her about kissing and about her mother in the same day. "She would have loved these mountains here," he said, "with all the pines." "That's what we don't have here, Dad," Gertie said quietly as Keith approached. "A pine tree in our house." Keith caught the last part of her sentence, and he looked from her to Boone. "We should get you one, for your mom." He smiled at Gertie, and they had always been close, despite the few years of age difference. "Well, I remember you always had one at Saffron Lake." "Yeah." Gertie nodded and stepped out from underneath Boone's arm. "At least a fake one, right, Dad?" "Yep," Boone said. "Though I bet we could get a permit and come cut one down here." He bent to pick up his pack, and Gertie collected the trash from Keith, Michael, and Cassidy. "Come on, Britt," he called, and the little girl turned from the edge of the woods where she stood. "There's chipmunks here," she called. "I'll get her," Keith said, already moving that way. Gertie handed Boone the bag of trash, and he shoved it in his pack, her eyes wider and more wary now. "What's up, Bumblebee?" he asked, forgetting that she hated the childhood nickname she'd once loved. Today, she didn't flinch. She glanced over to Michael and then to Keith. "Daddy, can me and Mike ride back with Cassidy? Her and Keith are going to a movie this afternoon. We want to go too." Boone's first instinct was to say no, of course not. She couldn't go on a double date with her cousin and his girlfriend. No, absolutely not. "I'm a good driver, sir," Cassidy said, right there at Gertie's side. To their credit, they didn't exchange a glance, though this ask was clearly rehearsed. "Well, I have plenty of money from this summer?" Gertie asked. His eyebrows went up, and Michael stepped into the conversation right on cue. "I have money too, sir. Cassidy said she'd drive us back to the farm after," Gertie said. "Keith's truck is out there and all." Keith and Britt were staying with Boone and Gertie until Matt and Gloria came home from their honeymoon, so they definitely have to get back out to the farm. He surveyed the three teenagers, trying to decide how to play this. "Have you ever been in an accident?" he asked Cassidy. "No, sir." He narrowed his eyes, channeling his father from long ago. "Speeding ticket?" "Nope." "I've got a friend I can call, you know," Boone said, actually pulling his phone from his back pocket. "I'll know in less than 5 minutes." "I've never gotten in any trouble on the road," Cassidy said, smiling at him like she knew this was just a game, and she'd already won. "How long have you had your license?" In Colorado, anyone with a license less than 6 months old couldn't have passengers in the car without someone over age 21. "I'm 17, sir," she said. "I've had my license for a little over a year." Boone's next question went out the window. He frowned at his phone as if it had showed him something terrible. "You'll be home by midnight?" "Yes, sir," she said, actually giggling. "The movie starts at 3:20, Dad," Gertie said dryly. "Can we go or not?" Boone looked at her and blinked a couple of times. "With that attitude, I'm sorry, Daddy," she said, stepping into him and wrapping her arms around him in a hug. "I'd love to go, but maybe you have some chores for me to do? I can empty the dishwasher or come give Cotton a bath." "I didn't think you had a dishwasher," Michael said, and that made Boone smile. He grinned at the boy, who grinned back. Boone hugged his daughter tight and then let her go. She looked at him with wide, unassuming eyes, full of pleading. "Fine," he said, "but it is different with 4 teenagers in the car." He glanced at Cassidy, who nodded. "And the same rules we had out here apply in town, at the movie theater, anywhere you go." "I know the rules," Gertie said. "Tell them to me anyway." She cut a look at Michael, who nodded slightly to encourage her. She half rolled her eyes as she looked back at Boone. "Don't go off on your own. Stay with the group." "Mm-hmm." Boone shouldered his pack and folded his arms. "Call if I'm going to be later than I said." He waited for more because there was definitely more. "Don't eat too much licorice," she said, her eyebrows going up. A question mark almost existed on the end of the sentence. He burst out laughing, though that wasn't the one he was looking for. "Definitely don't do that, Bumblebee," he said. "She really does like to just keep eating licorice, and then she has some—" He cut off at the horrified look on his daughter's face. He cleared his throat, his smile sliding off his face. "You forgot a couple," he said. "Tell 'em to me," she said, mimicking him. He cocked one eyebrow at her, but she didn't back down this time. "I want a text about what movie you're seeing, what time it starts, and what time it's done. No R-rated movies." "I know the movie," she said. Boone kept going anyway. "Be safe. Remember who you are." He glanced at Michael, then Cassidy and Keith and Britt as they came up to the group. "No kissing." None of the teens said anything, and Boone wouldn't be able to drive away with only Britt if they didn't agree to this. Even if they broke the rule, he would be able to rest assured that they'd agreed. "Sounds like y'all are coming back to the farm with me," he said, turning away. "Daddy," Gertie said. "Be safe," Keith said. "Remember who you are. No kissing. Got it, Uncle Boone." He practically kicked Michael, and the boy jumped. "Be safe," he said. "Remember who you are. No kissing." "Yes, sir." "I can abide by all the rules," Cassidy said. "Just a tiny clarification." Keith shook his head violently, and Boone laughed again. "No clarifications. We got it, Uncle Boone." He sobered and met his daughter's eye. "Gertie?" "No R-rated movies," she said. "I'll text you what we're watching, when it starts, when it ends. No kissing." "Be safe," Boone said. "You remember the safe word?" "Yes, Dad." "Remember who you are." "I know, Dad." "If any of y'all has any trouble," he surveyed them, "any at all, who are you going to call?" "You, Uncle Boone," Keith said at the same time Michael and Gertie said, "You." "Me," Boone said. "All right. I can't be calling my brother on his honeymoon and telling him that his only son is hurt or anything." "No, sir," Keith said. Boone looked at each of them again, seeing how much they wanted to go, and how much they respected him. "All right," he said. Gertie squealed and launched herself back into his arms, where they both laughed. "Thank you, Daddy." "Well, I can fund the movie," he said gruffly. "Send me a bill, whoever pays for the tickets and treats." "I will," Keith said. "Come on, guys, let's get going." They all started back down the trail, and Boone kept pace with Britt. She seemed to grow more and more weary with every step, and he finally swept her off her feet and put her on his shoulders. "Should we catch up, honey?" "Yes," she said, giggling. Boone jogged down the trail, catching up to the teens in only a couple of minutes. When they were almost back to the truck, his phone bleeped out several notification chimes, practically right on top of each other. "I must not have had service up there," he said. He slowed so he wouldn't trip over any roots or rocks and pulled his phone out again, one hand still holding Britt's legs against his chest. Cosette had texted him 4 or 5 times, and as he swiped to read them, his heart beating in the back of his throat, she called. "Hey," he said. "I was out of range. I just got your texts but haven't read them yet." "How close are you to being back?" she asked, her voice on the outer edge of upset. "A half hour," he said. "Why? What's going on?" "I need you here. It's Peanut Brittle," she said. "His foot got caught in a door, and we think he may have broken his ankle." Adrenaline spiked through Boone. "Did you call the vet?" "They can't come until tonight," Cosette said, her voice growing quiet as she pulled her phone away from her mouth. "Okay, just a sec. It's Boone." She sighed and added in a louder voice. "Gray says if you can't fix it, we may have to put him down." "I'm on the way," Boone said, unable to stomach the thought of a horse in pain. He felt it as if it was his own, and he quickly added, "Talk soon," and hung up so he could focus on getting down to the truck faster. He hugged everyone, even Cassidy and Michael, in the parking lot, told them what Cosette had said, and put Britt in the back seat. "All right," he said, exhaling. "Let's get back to the farm." As he drove, he couldn't help hearing Cosette's voice in his head on a loop. "I need you here. I need you here. I need you. I need you." 6. Cosette hurried to the passenger side of Boone's truck and reached for the door as the vehicle came to a stop. "I've got her," she said. "He's in stable 3. "Pearl's up here too." Boone flew from the truck without closing his door, and Cosette turned her attention to Britt, while the golden retriever jumped out after him. "Hey, Britt, how was the hike?" "Great," Britt said in her usual cheerful fashion. "Can I see Peanut Brittle too?" "Yep, let's get you out." She helped the girl unbuckle, and then she lifted her from the truck. Britt definitely limped as she followed her uncle at a slower pace, but her dog came right to her side. When they finally arrived in the stable, Cosette found Boone on the floor, making some low humming noise in the back of his throat. Both hands touched Peanut Brittle, who wore a wild look in his eye. No matter what, Peanut adored and trusted Boone. All of the horses here did, and it hadn't taken long for Molly to see his horse-whispering qualities and pull him over to pony power. He worked with and trained all of their therapy horses now, right alongside Gloria. When he wasn't doing that, he ran the after-school horseback riding lessons, which would be starting up next week once the kids went back to school. "I'm gonna move it," he said to the horse, watching his face. "It might hurt, okay, Brittle? but you'll be okay. It's just for a second." He did a cracking, cranking chiropractic move on the last word, and the horse shrieked. Cosette thought it was the most awful noise in the whole world, and she flinched and looked away. Pearl backed up and barked a couple of times, then inched forward and nuzzled Peanut Brittle's face, obviously trying to calm him. "All right," Boone said, stroking both the dog and the horse. "Get him up." He stood too, dusting off his jeans and his hands. "It's not broken. Let's see if it's back in place." Travis and Mission closed in and took the ends of the rope from Boone. They tugged, urging Peanut Brittle to get to his feet. The horse did, and Boone stood right in front of him, stroking both hands down the sides of his face. "See? All better." He grinned at the horse, and Cosette would have to be heartless not to swoon for the cowboy on the spot. As she was the only woman in attendance, she didn't see anyone else reaching for the wall to steady themselves the way she did. Thankfully, she and Britt had stayed back, and no one looked her way. "Is he putting weight on it?" "No," Travis said. "Well, let's see if he will." Boone took the rope again and backed up, bringing Peanut Brittle with him. "Let's go for a walk, Brittle. Just you and me." He turned then, his eyes landing on Cosette. He offered her a smile that held more than just friendliness, but he moved past her without saying anything. Perhaps she'd invented what she wanted to see in his gaze, in that strong mouth. "Can I come, Uncle Boone?" Britt asked. "Sure can, honey. Can you catch up?" Britt skipped after him, Pearl trotting at her side, and Cosette stayed out of the way while Mission and Travis went too. They still held plenty of anxiety in their eyes, and they'd stay close to Boone and Peanut Brittle to help if needed. Cosette didn't need to do anything else. Well, besides get back to her desk and pick up where she'd left off in the invoicing for next week's riding lessons. Molly would be stopping by for a meeting about the schedule too, and Cosette had to figure out how to get the printer to work before that meeting. She had experience with many a printer, but the one here seemed to have a vendetta against her at the most inopportune times. She ran her hands through her hair and went down the hall to get back to her office. Boone was back, and he'd fix everything. Startled at her faith in him, she tried to push him and his gentle way with horses and kids alike from her mind. That so didn't work, but she wrestled with the printer, reinstalled the driver, and finally got the schedule for the next 2 weeks to print. She marked the holes in it with a neon yellow highlighter and set it on the edge of her desk. Then she peered at her computer, trying to remember where she'd been before Travis had yelled, and Mission had come running down the hall, shouting for someone to call the vet. "How's the horse?" She looked up at Gray, who'd poked his head into her office. "Boone's walking him," she said. "I'm not sure." "I'll go find him." With that, Gray left, his brother following him with a wave in Cosette's direction. She went back to her computer, proud of herself for not being startled at the sound of a male voice. She felt like she'd improved by leaps and bounds since coming to this farm, and she'd never been happier about her career change than she was in that moment. She'd just finished sending the last invoice when someone knocked on her doorframe. She glanced up, freezing when she found Boone standing there. She jumped to her feet, her body mimicking her heart as it leapt toward her skull. "How's Peanut Brittle?" He smiled, though he definitely seemed tired. "He's great. Walking okay, if a bit limpy. I think he's just faking, but we'll see when the vet gets here." She nodded, her fingers knotting around one another. Boone looked at her hands, and she dropped them back to her sides. "I don't still make you nervous, do I?" he asked, concern flashing through his eyes as he frowned. "No," she said. "You sure?" "Yes." Boone still looked doubtful. "I thought we had fun at the birthday party last week. And the wedding." He hadn't danced with her before the ceremony, but the birthday party had been fun. They'd sat together and eaten pizza, laughed as the kids tried to break the piñata, and then she'd left with Gloria. He'd been a perfect escort at the wedding, and Cosette hadn't been able to stop thinking about him since. "Both of those were fun," she said. He checked over his shoulder and then stepped fully into the office. "You know, Travis had the situation with Brittle handled." "They told me to call you," she said, her throat a bit scratchy now. She wasn't nervous he was coming closer. She was thrilled, filled with anticipation. They almost felt like the same thing, except she didn't want to cower and hide. She wanted to stand her ground and see if he'd take her hand in his. "You said you needed me here." "I did." He grinned at her. "Maybe you just wanted tacos." "So what if I did?" She raised her chin, and for the first time in a long time, she wasn't afraid she'd get struck there. In the past, she'd curled inward, ducked her head, protected her most vital parts. Boone chuckled, and oh, the man must know what that sound did to a woman's stomach. Hers vibrated and sent zings through her whole body. Her fingers flinched toward his, and she only held them back by her sheer will. "I can make that happen," he said, quieting and bringing his eyes up to hers. "Any night you want." She tilted her head at him, wondering if this was flirting. To her, it sure felt like it. "Oh yeah? I thought you had 3 kids this week. Your nights are free?" "Next week, then," he said, grinning again and clearly enjoying this game. "I can get Matt and Gloria to take Gertie once they're back." He pulled out his phone and started tapping. "In fact, I'll ask him right now." Cosette watched in awe and slight horror as he legit sent a text to his brother on his honeymoon. He looked up when he was done. "You didn't just text him." "I did," Boone said, looking up, clear surprise in his eyes. "Why?" "He's on his honeymoon," Cosette said, swatting at his chest. Boone flinched and backed up a step, his eyes shining with laughter. "I don't see the problem." "You do too," she said, turning and going back around her desk. "If my brother texted me on my honeymoon, I never babysit for him." "I thought you just had the one sister." She gave him a piercing glare. "You know what I mean." His phone beeped, and he returned his attention to it. He said yes. He flashed the device in her direction, but he didn't leave it for long enough that she could read it. "So, what night next week sounds like it could be a fiesta?" Cosette had no idea how to answer. Did he really think she was a fiesta type of woman? Before she could inform him of such a thing, his phone rang, and she did catch Matt's name on the screen. "Oh, you're in trouble." "I am not." He shook his head and turned his back as he answered. "Howdy, bro." He'd taken one step away from her desk before he froze. "Yes," he said. All of a sudden, he flew toward the door. "Of course I'm serious," he said, obviously trying to keep his voice low. "No, I don't have to tell you who it is." She barely caught the last part of his sentence as he got further from her office. She sank back into her chair, both palms resting against the desktop. Then, slowly, she smiled at her computer screen, which had gone dark. She could just barely see her reflection in the blackness of the monitor, and she studied the half of her face she could see. She looked happy. No, more than that. Content, comfortable, and happy. In the next moment, she realized she might have a date with a handsome cowboy. Her hand shot out, dislodging the receiver on her work telephone. She picked it up and called her sister, immediately hanging up and yanking open her desk drawer to get her phone. She didn't need to use the line for pony power to call Raven. Her fingers shook as she tapped her sister's name, and she took a couple of deep breaths while she listened to the line ring. "This is Raven," her much more trusting and outgoing sister's voice chirped. "You know it's me," Cosette said. "Why can't you just answer with hello?" "Oh, hello, Miss Gregory," she said. "Yes, I did call about that carpet cleaner." Cosette had no idea what her sister was talking about, but she must be in some sort of pickle. Raven often found herself in such a situation, so she just sat there, suppressing a giggle lest the customer she was with could hear her. Let me get to my office so I can look at that paperwork." Scratching and static came through the line as Raven covered her phone. Cosette still heard her say, "Excuse me, Mr. Richfield. Linus here will take care of you and answer all your questions." A few more seconds passed, and then Raven said, "Praise the Lord you called. I thought I was going to be stuck in that meeting forever." Cosette laughed then, feeling freer than she had the last time she'd done so. "I need your help," she said after she'd quieted. "With what?" Cosette twisted toward the big window that sat behind her desk. "Well, I think a man asked me to dinner." Silence filled the other end of the line, and Cosette knew the feeling. She reached out to touch the smooth glass, seeing only the water spots on the outside pane. If she didn't focus so closely, she could see the beauty of the pastures and sky beyond the spots. She hoped that whoever looked her way could look past all the blemishes on the surface to the real beauty within. Boone seemed to do that, and it terrified and excited Cosette at the same time. An insane giggle spilled from her mouth. "Are you there? I'm dying here." "Who asked you out?" Raven asked. "And what did you say?" Those would be the questions on the tip of the iceberg, but Cosette didn't care. She really did need help riddling through this situation and all of her feelings. "That's why you have a therapist," she thought. She could make a single call and get in to see Michelle that afternoon if necessary. She also went walking with a friend in the mornings who'd once been a psychiatrist. Louisa could help her too, and Cosette would see her tomorrow morning bright and early. "This cowboy named Boone Whettstein?" Cosette said, tapping the icon to make the speaker turn on. She couldn't sit still and have this conversation. She got to her feet and ran her hands through her hair again. "I actually didn't answer him. I sort of flirted with him about when we could go." She paced toward the back corner, where she hung her coat in the winter. Right now, the rack stood empty, but she reached out to feel the wood texture of it. "I don't like how unsure you sound about that." "It's been a while since I flirted," Cosette admitted, turning away from the rack. Her eyes drifted up to the vent in the ceiling. "So, do you have a date, or don't you?" "I don't know, "She has a date," Boone said, and Cosette spun toward him, her heart throbbing in every cell in her body. He wore that devilish smile as he added, "At least if she can go on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday."
"Oh, Tuesday sounds good,"
Raven said while Cosette's mouth fished open and closed.
"She's free on Tuesday. Taco Tuesday."
Her sister practically yelled from the phone sitting on Cosette's desk. Boone grinned like he'd just won a huge contest. "Tuesday sounds great." Someone down the hall called his name, and his attention got diverted that way. He raised one hand and looked back into the office. "We can work out the details later. Bye, Cosette." He grinned at the desk and yelled, "Bye, Raven."
"Goodbye,"
her sister called, and Boone lifted his hand in a farewell wave to Cosette, who'd stood there shell-shocked during the entire exchange. Only the humming of the air conditioning blowing through that blasted vent filled the air.
"Is he gone?"
Raven whispered, and Cosette dove for her phone. She jabbed the speaker off and lifted the device to her ear.
"I can't believe you did that,"
she breathed into the phone.
"I can't go out with him on Tuesday."
5 days. There was no way she could be ready to go on a date with a man, a male, in only 5 days.
"Of course you can,"
Raven said matter-of-factly.
"He sounded nice, and he knew my name, which means you've talked to him before, about personal things."
Cosette scoffed and kept her eyes trained on the doorway. She wasn't making that mistake again. No siree.
"You don't go out with someone because they sound nice."
"You don't," Raven said.
"But I would, and you know him, Cosette. You called me to ask about this date. Why don't you want to go all of a sudden?"
She did want to go, but she had a hard time untangling the words in her throat to explain. It was really her scarred heart screaming at her not to let them get sliced and diced again. Her chin telling her not to let them get split open. Her hands and knees smarting at her not to get into a situation where she was trying to run and kept falling.
"I want to go,"
she whispered, the words catching against the dryness in her throat.
"What?"
She cleared her throat.
"I want to go."
Panic spiraled up and then down, and she did what Louisa had suggested a couple of months ago. She let it. She didn't try to hold on to any control, and after only a moment, when the anxiety and tension and panic couldn't control her, it ebbed away into nothing.
"Will you help me get ready?"
she asked.
"I'm going to need help."
"I'll be there," Raven said.
"Let me just check to see if I have to work on Tuesday night."
Shuffling of papers came through the line, and then Raven nearly deafened Cosette when she said,
"Nope, I'm off. I'll be at your house at 4. "I don't even get off until 5, Cosette said. "You don't need to come at 4. "Oh, you need me to sign some papers?"
Raven asked, her voice far too bright and way too loud to be real.
"Gotta go, Cozy."
The line went dead, and Cosette scowled at her phone.
"Don't call me Cozy,"
she griped as she sat down. The tension drained from her muscles, and she now stared at her half-reflection again.
"I have a feeling she just used someone else to get out of talking to me."
The reflection nodded as she did, and Cosette sighed. At least she had a date in the near future, and she dang near squealed. But Molly entered the office with, "Afternoon, Cosette," and she hurriedly adopted her professional persona so she wouldn't burden her boss with the trivial details of her pathetic love life. With Boone in it, her love life wouldn't be so pathetic anymore. And Cosette shelved her dreams of being whisked away from her boring, quiet house to an evening of maracas, salsa, and tacos. Lots of tacos. "All right," Louisa said as she picked up the pace. Cosette matched her stride for stride. "So your date is tonight." She glanced over to Cosette, but she kept her gaze on the horizon. "Mm-hmm." Louisa already knew the Taco Tuesday date with Boone was happening in only a few hours. Several hours. Fine, maybe 12 hours. Cosette's stomach clenched, and she almost pulled her phone from the pocket on her workout pants to cancel. "I see that look," Louisa said, her voice so chipper. "You're not canceling on him." "I didn't say I was." "I know you, Cosette." Louisa laughed, though her breathing had increased. They turned the corner, and the hill they both dreaded came into view. Cosette had almost died the first time she'd climbed it with her new best friend at her side. Now, she certainly didn't look forward to marching up the hill, especially so early in the morning. But she knew she could do it. She'd made it to the top many times before, and she would again. She realized that her first date with Boone Whettstein was exactly like this approaching hill. If she didn't go, she still wouldn't know if she'd survive a first date with a handsome cowboy. Fear struck her right through the heart, but intellectually, she knew she'd leave her house tomorrow morning and find Louisa on the sidewalk, waiting for her. "Any tips?" Cosette asked. "For tonight?" She looked at Louisa, who offered her a brilliant smile. "Of course. I'd say, wear something you feel like $1,000,000 in." Cosette's brain started to buzz. She had plenty of clothes that made her feel strong and confident. She could put an extra wave in her hair and make the point on her eyeliner the sharpest it had ever been. "Then," Louisa said, her arms swinging back and forth now as she picked up the pace again, "be honest with him. If you don't want to go to a restaurant, tell him." "He's planning tacos," Cosette said, her heart rate picking up too. "I don't think there will be a restaurant." "I would still say you should tell him you don't want a big, loud restaurant." Louisa glanced over to her. "My bet is that he already knows, if he knows you at all." Cosette nodded, though she wasn't sure how well Boone knew her. He only knew what she allowed him to know, and she hadn't told him specifically about her anxiety over large groups and loud situations. "Okay," Louisa said as they neared the base of the hill. "Now, you've got your date, and it's going to be amazing, Cosette. I can't wait to see you tomorrow so I can hear all about it. So you've got to help me get Stan Wadley to set up a Taco Tuesday date with me." She grinned for all she was worth, and Cosette giggled despite the increasing incline. "Stan Wadley?" she asked. "The choir director?" "He's cute," Louisa said, panting now and her arms not swinging so wildly. "And boy, can he sing." The two women looked at one another, and they both laughed. Cosette kept going up, up, up the hill, and she didn't reach for her phone to cancel with Boone. She didn't, because she wanted to go out with him and see what life looked like on the other side of that first date. "I'm not going out like this," Cosette said later that day. "I'm not." She met Raven's eye in the mirror, both of them in battle mode. Raven wasn't going to give in. Neither was Cosette. Fortunately, the doorbell rang, and that broke the silent stare-fest between the sisters. "I'm not comfortable in this," Cosette said, eyeing her reflection in the mirror beyond her sister. The sequins on it made her dizzy. The emerald fabric and form-fitting gown rivaled the one she'd worn to a wedding.
"You'll never get a second date in jeans."
The goal wasn't a second date. The goal was to survive the first.
"This will blind him," Cosette shot back. "Then I'll never get another date, period."
She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see Boone standing there.
"You go get the door and I'll change."
She turned and added,
"Unzip me."
Raven did what she asked, saying,
"It's a lovely dress." "It's a Taco Tuesday date," Cosette said. "I want to be comfortable, Raven. I already feel way out of my comfort zone."
"I know." Her sister spoke softly, her fingers along the zipper feather-light and loving. Cosette had once hidden everything from her sister, mentally and physically. Now she didn't have to.
"I'll get the door, but don't be surprised if he's in love with me by the time you change."
Beaming, Raven left the bedroom, pulling the door closed behind her. Cosette stepped out of the dress and left it puddled on the floor. She hurried to pull on her best pair of skinny jeans, a sweater with a fun, brown-based geometric pattern, and a pair of boots, not cowgirl, but the regular kind that went up to her knee and zipped along the side of her calf. She finger-combed her hair as her sister's bright laughter mingled with Boone's deeper chuckles. She would never wish the violence and fear she'd endured on anyone, least of all Raven. At the same time, her sister simply didn't understand what it was like to live in perpetual fear, and Cosette sometimes felt so alone. She met her eyes in the mirror and said,
"You've got this, Cosette. He obviously likes you, and it's okay to like him."
It was. She just hadn't had a man like her for a long time, at least not for the right reasons. She took a deep breath and turned to open the door. 7. Boone kept glancing toward the mouth of the hallway while trying not to appear disinterested in Raven Brian. But he so wasn't interested in her. She was a pretty woman, and he could see how she belonged with Cosette. Mountain Glen sat about 10 minutes north of Ivory Peaks, and it had taken him 15 to get to town from the farm. He'd left an hour early, so he'd been in the quaint mountain town for an extra half hour. They had a gas station and a simple, small grocery store and not much else. Some really cute houses and plenty of silence and open air. The town reminded him a lot of his former home in Montana, especially the land he'd owned with a lake. Technically, he still owned Saffron Lake as he hadn't sold it, and he didn't have any housing costs here. The cabin where he and Gertie lived came with the job on the farm, and Boone didn't live an extravagant life.
"Here she is,"
Raven said, and she moved to Cosette's side as she entered the front of the house. Everything inside Boone lit up at the sight of her, and he'd always found it fascinating how attraction worked. Why did she tickle all of his hormones while her sister didn't? He had no idea, but he knew now that he felt something for Cosette that he couldn't, and didn't want to, deny. She wore a pair of dark-wash jeans that seemed stitched onto her body. They disappeared into a pair of dark brown leather boots that stretched up to her knee. Her sweater said fall and furry and touch me please, Boone, and he fisted his fingers so he wouldn't lunge toward her. "Hey," he said, clearing the frog from his throat immediately afterward. "I hope you're hungry, because we have a boatload of tacos waiting for us."
"A boatload?"
Her eyebrows went up, giving him a better glimpse of the light in her eyes.
"You already have them?"
"Yep," he said.
"Are we going back to your place, then?"
He grinned at her and shook his head. "Nope." Feeling brave and bold, something he hadn't felt since leaving Montana several months ago, he extended his hand toward hers. "Shall we?"
"Go!"
Raven said as Cosette licked her lips. She definitely seemed nervous, and Boone forced himself to remain calm and smiling. Cosette stepped smoothly toward Boone, and she slipped her hand into his. Snaps, crackles, and pops moved up his arm, the warmth from her fingers making his feel like he'd stuck them in the freezer for a good long while before he'd arrived.
"You're a man of mysteries, Mr. Whettstein,"
Cosette said, and he thought she was flirting with him. Carly hadn't really been flirty or fun with him in a while, and he should have been able to see the signs that she'd lost interest in him. He hadn't, and he strengthened his resolve to go slow and be cautious with Cosette. Not only did she seem to need that, but Boone did too. No, not Boone. Gertie. His daughter deserved his protection, and he wasn't going to risk her getting attached to Cosette if things weren't going to work out between them. He wasn't sure how he could possibly know for certain that the relationship would work, and Gertie already knew Cosette. He'd had this argument with himself for the past 5 days, and he'd deliberately left the farm before the horseback riding lessons were over, so he could slip out while Gertie was still busy. Matt would take her home with him, telling Gertie that he has a meeting to attend, and Boone would pick her up on the way back to the farm. She was 13, not stupid, and she'd know his meeting was really a date the moment she smelled the cologne on him. After all, he wouldn't spritz that stuff around to go talk to Gray or Hunter. He pushed his daughter from his mind for now, and led Cosette toward the door. "I won't keep her out late," he said to Raven.
"Keep her as late as you want,"
Raven called. They stepped outside, and Boone took a deep breath. "She's great," he said, glancing back to her. "Your sister."
"She is great,"
Cosette agreed. Once they got to his truck, she paused and wouldn't get in.
"I need to know where we're going."
She looked at him.
"I don't like busy restaurants,"
she added in a near whisper. Boone studied her for a moment, quickly dismissing the opportunity to tease her. She just revealed something difficult and personal to him, and he wouldn't make light of that. "When I found out you lived in Mountain Glen, I told Matt, and he has a friend here. They have a cute little barn, and I'm having the tacos delivered there." Cosette started nodding about halfway through. Then she got into the truck. Boone wrestled with himself as he went around to get behind the wheel. Once in place, he looked over to her. "Do I get to know why you're nervous around me?" Cosette met his eye, wariness there.
"I once—"
She sighed, folded her arms, and looked out the windshield. Boone gave her some space in the form of silence, and pulled out of her driveway. "Have you lived here long?" he asked when she didn't say anything else.
"Yes, quite a few years,"
she said. 5? He pressed. 10?
14,
she said.
almost 15, something like that.
"Wow, that's a long time," he said. "Matt's been coming down to Ivory Peaks and tending to the Hammond's farm in the summers for about that long."
"I just started there a year or so ago,"
Cosette said, her tongue forming the words exactly right.
"I have a degree in business management, and I was working remotely for a company in Denver previously."
"Wow," he said. "Do you miss working from home?"
"Sometimes,"
she said.
"Usually only when it snows."
She gave him a smile, and Boone would take anything he could get at this point. He glanced at his phone to know where to turn to get to the barn. Matt's friend, Jericho, had promised that he'd have it all set up. His phone chimed, and the food delivery app had just notified him that his driver was close. They were also almost to the barn, and Boone thanked the Lord above that things were coming together so seamlessly.
"Are we going to Jericho Johnson's?"
she asked. "Yes," Boone said, glancing at her. "Is that okay?"
"Sure," Cosette said. "Jericho is a great guy."
"How do you know him?"
"We go to the same church," Cosette said. "He leads the choir."
"Oh," Boone said, swallowing his tongue. "Does he make you nervous?"
"He's almost 80, so no."
"So it's just younger men?"
"It's men I'm interested in," she said, her voice almost a whisper. "Or men interested in me."
Boone opened his mouth to reply, but his brain took an extra beat or two to catch up to what she'd said. Then he said, "I am interested in you, Cosette."
"Why is that?"
she asked, her voice stronger now. "What do you mean?" He came to a stop in front of the house his map app told him to. He put the vehicle in park and turned toward her fully.
"I mean," she said, exhaling, "why are you interested?"
Boone had no idea what to say. He hadn't dated a lot before meeting Nikki, and since she died, he'd kept their friends close by. He too blew out his breath and looked at the house. "My wife died almost 7 years ago now. I didn't date much after her, and when I did decide to put myself out there again, I started going with her best friend."
Cosette didn't say anything, but her eyes never left his face. He couldn't look at her quite yet.
"Her name was Carly. We dated for a while, a year or so, 18 months, something."
"When you broke up, you moved here?"
Boone swung his attention toward her. "Yeah, about that. So I don't know why I'm interested in you, only that I am. When I walk into your house and see Raven, it's fine. She's a nice woman, pretty, put together. Then you come out."
He shook his head, the most embarrassing things ever in his head. There was no way he could say them out loud. He did say,
"And you're different. You make me light up, and I'm interested."
He shrugged one shoulder and looked at her.
"Why are you interested in me?"
The first time they'd met, she'd called him a rascal for making sure she didn't fall down. "You're handsome," she said. "Witty, hardworking, and really good with kids and horses." She shrugged too. "I don't know. It seems like you have something inside you I want to know about."
"I should have said that about you," Boone said with a smile.
"I'm sorry about your wife," Cosette said with a small, shy smile.
"Yeah."
Boone reached to unbuckle his seatbelt.
"I should warn you that I'm super overprotective of Gertie because of things. I didn't tell her about this date, and I'm not sure when I will."
Cosette nodded, her eyes serious and somber. "That's fine." He got out of the truck and went around to open her door. She slid to the ground and took his hand in hers. "I was married once too," she said.
"Oh yeah?"
"Yeah," she said as they went up the sidewalk. The sun still hung above the horizon, casting plenty of gold light on the big brown barn at the end of the sidewalk. The doors opened, and the taco delivery guy walked out.
"Ah, dinner's here,"
Boone said. He released Cosette's hand to shake the delivery man's.
"Thank you."
"Yep." The man smiled at both of them and kept going.
Boone made it to the barn door first and turned back to Cosette, grinning for all he was worth. He could only pray at this point that everything inside was perfect. "Are you ready for this?" "Tacos in a barn," she said, smoothing down her sweater. "I'm so ready." She glowed, and Boone laughed as he opened the door. "Come on in, then." He stepped back, surveying the interior and finding it absolutely perfect. Tea lights hung in the rafters, casting soft yellow light onto a single table only a few paces inside the door. The cement floor had been swept clean, and the barn didn't hold all the usual farm barn things. This was definitely a non-animal barn, and Cosette stepped past him and said, "Wow, Boone." He entered the barn and let the door fall closed behind him. The scent of spicy salsa and grilled chicken met his nose, and his stomach rumbled at him. He ignored it and followed Cosette closer to the table. 2 plates sat there, with a trio of candles already burning in the center of the table. Beside them sat a box with cartoon tacos all over it, and Boone picked up half the stack of napkins and set it next to her plate. "All right," he said, pulling back her chair for her. She sat, looking up at him. The firelight illuminated the side of her face, making her softer and sweeter than before. "I got a lot of tacos." He opened the box and started pulling out the different types of tacos. Soft shell chicken, hard shell beef. Oh, this one is a cheesy quesadilla wrapped one. I only got a couple of those, so you only get one, sweetheart. He put the yellow wrapped taco on her plate. The rest he simply sprinkled on the table. By the time he'd gotten them all out of the box, tacos covered almost every inch of the table. He clapped his hands together and went around the table to his seat. As he sat, he met Cosette's eye and said, "Let's feast." She took in the tacos, and Boone thought maybe he'd gotten too many. He hadn't been kidding when he'd said he'd ordered a lot of tacos. He'd eat them cold for days, so even if Cosette only ate one, he wouldn't be out anything. When her eyes met his, she looked a bit baffled. "This is a lot of tacos." "Too many choices?" He reached for the yellow-wrapped one and peeled the paper back. "Just start with one. I'm going to go in with this one first." The paper crinkled as he took it the rest of the way off, and sure enough, a soft flour tortilla had been formed around a hard-shell taco, the 2 pieces glued together by plenty of gooey cheddar cheese. His mouth watered, and he watched as Cosette unwrapped her cheese quesadilla taco too. She smiled at him, and he swore the lights in the barn burned brighter. He lifted his quesadilla taco in a silent toast, and she did too. They bit into their respective tacos at the same time, and Boone let a loud groan come out of his mouth. Cosette started to laugh, which meant Boone did too, and he nearly choked on the tortilla, cheese, chicken, and hard-corn shell. "Stop it," he said, trying to get the pointed shards of shell out of his throat. "Me?" she teased. "You're the one who moaned like you'd been starving for years, and this taco alone would save your life." She giggled again, and Boone could only beam at her. "I have cuts in my throat," he said, still chuckling. As he sobered, he cocked his head at her. "I'm not sure I've ever heard you laugh." He reached across the mass of tacos on the table and covered her hand with his. "It's beautiful." Cosette turned her hand over and threaded her slender fingers through his. Though they both worked for pony power, his hands definitely held more pigment than hers. He found the cream tan pattern stunning, and he looked up, Sure, this date was a fantasy.
"I laughed at Keith's birthday party," she said.
Boone tilted his head, trying to remember. I'd classify that as a giggle.
"Okay."
She shook her head, a glow coming from her, though she ducked her head, her smile slipping.
"There's a reason why I called you a rascal,"
she said, not going back to her taco for another bite.
"Why I'm nervous around you. Why I don't laugh very much."
Boone waited, his smile fading. I'm all ears. He lowered his eyes and focused on his taco, hoping that would encourage her to start talking. She still didn't, and Boone reached for his quesadilla taco, determined to wait her out this time. 8. Cosette flinched at the sound of the crunchy taco shell. She watched Boone eat his whole taco as they sat in silence, and she had the very real feeling if she didn't start talking, the date would be over. Before she knew it, they'd be back at her house, and he'd be scuffing his boots against the porch, telling her he didn't think things would work out between them.
"I was married once,"
she said as he reached for a napkin.
"To a man named Joel."
She pushed his name out of her throat. She didn't have to fear him anymore, and as she inhaled, she pushed away the fear, the humiliation, and all of the victimization she'd worked through.
"He abused me."
Boone didn't blink as he looked at her. Cosette.
"Verbally,"
she said, swallowing.
"And physically. That's why I reacted the way I did when I ran into you when we first met. I'm not good with touching and physical things. He could make things that should be soft and fun into pain and suffering."
Boone reached toward her and then pulled his hand back. She'd introduced tension and awkwardness into their relationship, and she regretted that. But Boone had to know all of this to understand her, and hopefully, so they could continue to get to know one another over a heap of tacos. I'm so sorry, Boone said, putting his hands in his lap.
"You can hold my hand."
Can I? She reached toward him.
"Yes."
He took her hand in his, and there was no pain or suffering. His touch sent sparklers through her whole body, with the flames snapping out and disappearing as more appeared. She smiled at him, and his mouth curved upward too. I'm gonna need you to... Boone cleared his throat. Tell me what's okay with you and what's not.
"I will,"
Cosette said.
"Okay, I'll just tell you."
He kept his eyes on hers, the flickering flames from the candles casting shadows and creating light on his face. As he brought her hand closer to him, she leaned forward, and she pulled in a slow breath as Boone pressed his lips to the inside of her wrist. Okay, he murmured. Cosette hadn't been touched so sweetly in so long that she had no idea what feelings and emotions streamed through her. This man had completely captivated her, from his black jeans to his bright white cowboy hat to his blue and yellow plaid shirt. His lips felt like stars shining against her skin, and she couldn't comprehend kissing him. He released her hand, and it almost fell like dead weight to the table. You didn't say if that was okay, he said.
It was okay,
she whispered. Boone gave her half a smile that fit his boyish face, and he picked up another taco. Thanks for telling me, Cosette. We don't have to go fast or anything. With Gertie and everything, I'm fine to go slow and take our time getting to know one another to see if this will work out between us." Relief streamed through Cosette.
"Thank you, Boone. That sounds ideal for me."
"Have you dated since your divorce?"
She shook her head. "No."
"How long has it been?"
"A little over 14 years,
she said. Boone nodded and picked up a soft-shell taco. "I feel like Taco Tuesday is a bust. You've taken one bite." Cosette looked back at the cheese quesadilla-wrapped taco and picked it up.
"I love tacos, so not a bust."
She bit into her taco, and it really was delicious.
"Did they give us any sour cream?"
"Sure." Boone reached into the box and pulled out a couple of sour cream packets. "There you go."
"Thank you."
She grinned at him and reached for a packet.
"What do you have planned after this?"
"Do we need more than a table full of tacos?" He spread his arm across the table, everything about him so full of light, goodness, spirit. He chuckled and leaned forward. "Don't worry, sweetheart. There's more." A cozy, warm feeling moved through Cosette. She imagined herself snuggling up with this good man in front of a fireplace and letting him hold her until she fell asleep. She hadn't had such a fantasy in far too long, and she simply let her mind work through all of the barriers keeping her from achieving the things in her imagination.
"I can't wait,"
she said, squeezing out a healthy amount of sour cream onto her taco. Then she took a great big bite like Boone had done, moaning and letting her eyes drift closed in bliss. But the really great thing was how loud and how instantaneously he laughed. Cosette laughed with him, her mouth full of food, something she would have never done with anyone else, even her dad or Raven. Everything about Cosette had been so buttoned up, so closed off, until this very moment. He finished another couple of tacos while she ate the quesadilla one, and a single soft-shell chicken one. He started tossing them all back into the box, and then asked, "Do you want any for lunch this week?"
"Do you eat leftover fast food tacos?"
She stood, placing her napkin on the table. She assumed she could leave everything for someone else to come clean up. Boone paused. "Of course. You don't?"
"Not everything is leftover worthy," she said.
"Huh." He finished boxing and tucked in the flaps. "Like what?"
"French fries," she said, pushing in her chair and grinning at him. "Tell me you don't eat French fries left over."
"They're really great in the air fryer," he said, his voice taking on a wounded note that made her giggle. "These tacos would be too, but I'm going to eat them cold." He tucked the box under his right arm and reached for her hand with his left one. "If you want one for lunch or something, you let me know, and I'll bring it to your office."
"Just one? I only get one?"
He smiled at her, the gesture still oh so bright, but softer somehow. The moment lengthened between them, and neither of them made a move to leave the barn. She felt like someone had almost suspended time, so she could still see and hear and think, and move more slowly. But she couldn't actually do much. She did reach up and run her fingers down the side of his face, his beard soft and tickling her fingertips. "You can have as many as you want," Boone whispered. "Just let me know." Her hand dropped back to her side as time zoomed forward again.
"Okay."
She faced the door, and he led her out of the barn. After he deposited the tacos onto the back seat of his truck, he exhaled mightily. "I thought we'd walk over to Shepherd Pond," he said. "It's not far from here, and they have live music every night this week." Cosette's spirits lifted once again, and she barely recognized herself or her life, as Boone took her hand again, and they started walking toward the corner. She didn't walk hand in hand with a man. She didn't go out in public after work. She didn't order food to be dropped off at her house, and she didn't tip her head back and laugh when a sexy cowboy told her he'd once reheated a mushroom stroganoff, and it was gloppy, with all this oil and, wow, gross. Later that night, Cosette put her foot on the top step of her porch and immediately turned and backed up to make room for Boone, who followed her. "This was so fun," she said. She flew in the big, wide, dark sky right now, and only a thin kite string tethered her to the earth. The wind really whipped up here, but she enjoyed it. She'd enjoyed so much about this evening. "Thank you for coming out with me," he said, "even if Raven did sort of push you into it." His hand and hers squeezed, and Cosette added more pressure to his hand, too. "She did," Cosette said, "but I've learned that sometimes I need a push in the right direction to get going." "I think we all do," Boone said, ducking his head. When he dared to peek up at her again, Cosette's heart tap-danced against her ribs. Could he hear the clunking of it? It beat so loud in her ears, and she could physically feel her pulse in her chest where she normally didn't. "Before you go," she said, her voice a tad higher than usual, Would you want to come to my house for dinner this weekend?" Her instincts told her to run into the house and slam the door behind her, or wrap her fingers together, something. She stayed very still and maintained eye contact with Boone. He searched her face for a couple of moments, then said, "Of course." "You can bring Gertie." "I probably won't," he said. Cosette put her other hand over the back of his, effectively sandwiching his long, strong fingers between her palms. "What will you tell her?" "I don't know." He ducked his head again. "You don't want to go out?" He raised his eyes back to hers. "Gray says there's a great hamburger place out here. I guess his brother funded it or something, and they have a bunch of ham and stuff on the menu." "The Burger Babe," Cosette said. "I've been there." "So we can go somewhere else?" Cosette would go anywhere with him, and she wanted to tell him that. It felt too soon, so she held the words back. "If you don't care, I'd rather cook at home for you." "I'm sure you have a reason," he said, quickly adding, "I don't have to know it right now." Cosette slowly slid her hands away from his, already feeling colder and more lonely without his touch. She wasn't sure what that meant, because she hadn't ever wanted to be touched again after Joel. When she'd shown up on her father's porch at 3:30 in the morning, she hadn't even let him hug her. Number one, she'd had bruises she hadn't wanted disturbed. And number two, she literally could not stand the thought of anyone touching her ever again. "It goes back to what I told you in the barn." She moved over to her front door, only a couple of paces from Boone. He drifted with her, and she sure did like that. "I just need to go slow." "And inviting me into your personal space and cooking for me is slow?" "It's comfortable for me," she said quietly. She wasn't sure how to make him understand, so she simply looked into his eyes. He didn't understand, she could tell. How he'd planned the absolute perfect first date for her, she didn't know. "You made this first date comfortable for me. I guess I want the second date to be within my comfort zone too, before we venture out to restaurants and whatnot." The confusion and questions melted from his gaze, and he nodded. "A private dinner with you sounds like a dream," he said. "Tell me what time and I'll be here." Cosette smiled at him and asked,
7? Does that give you enough time to shower, talk to Gertie, and drive here?
"Yes, ma'am." He didn't lean down, and he'd already tucked his hands in his pockets. If Cosette wanted to touch him again before he left, she'd have to initiate it. Since she did want to feel the whispering warmth of his skin one more time, she went up on her tiptoes and balanced herself against his chest with one hand.
"I'll see you tomorrow, then,"
she said, pressing her lips against that sexy beard. "Tomorrow," he said, his mouth barely moving. Cosette's face flamed with heat, and she let her hair fall down between them as she turned and opened the door. She stepped inside, turned back, and waved to him. It took almost all of her willpower to get the door closed, and she stayed very still as the sound of his cowboy boots landed on the porch, and then faded as he went back to his truck. Her shoulders had just relaxed when Raven chirped,
"You're back. How was it?"
Cosette jumped, pressing one palm against her pulse.
"You're still here."
Her sister rose from the couch where she'd been laying down.
"Yep. Your car isn't here. Linus sold it," she said. "He came to pick it up."
Cosette didn't want to drive her sister home tonight, but she turned to go into the kitchen.
"Do you want to ride home? I was thinking I'd just stay here, and you can drop me at the dealership on the way to the farm tomorrow morning. Only if you make coffee and French toast in the morning."
Cosette met her sister's eyes.
"Only if you start talking about your date. You must begin with the moment you left this house and keep talking until you reach the moment you came home."
Raven gave her a saccharine sweet smile, and Cosette was sure she thought she wouldn't be making breakfast in the morning. Oh, she was wrong. So wrong.
"I held his hand,"
Cosette said, unable to meet her sister's eye.
"And he has the nicest truck on the planet, and a great laugh. Oh, and guess how many tacos he bought for dinner."
Giddiness spread through her heart and mind, and Cosette couldn't believe she even wanted to talk about her date with Boone. Raven was surprised too, but Cosette set a tea kettle on the stove, and Raven settled onto a bar stool for more stories.
"Cosette?"
She looked up as Gertie Whettstein entered the office. Cosette's heart instantly started to pound, and she got to her feet, her current task forgotten.
"Hi, Gertie."
She looked behind the teenager to see if her daddy was with her. Boone sure wasn't, and she hadn't gotten any rules from him on how to interact with Gertie. She knew he hadn't told his daughter about their date a couple of nights ago, and that he didn't want to introduce Cosette into his daughter's life quite yet, at least not outside of pony power.
"What can I do for you?"
She glanced over her shoulder, as if she was expecting her father to be there too.
My daddy said something about an invoice for the Millers. I guess they asked about it, and they need one." "Okay."
Cosette sighed as she sat back down. Her chair squeaked, and she clicked away from the invoice she needed to pay for the roof repair last month.
"I sent it to them digitally last week. She said they didn't get it. The twins, right?" "Yes,"
Gertie said, coming all the way to Cosette's desk.
"Talon and Porter Miller." "Here it is,"
Cosette said, locating the Miller's account.
"They're doing the beginning horseback riding lessons. Let me print it for you. Are they still here?" "They just started,"
Gertie said.
"I'll give it to their mom when she comes to pick them up."
The printer on Cosette's desk started to whir.
"Great," she said. "It's right there." "Thank you, ma'am."
Gertie retrieved the page and turned to leave the office. Cosette watched her go, wondering if Boone braided that long, blonde hair every morning for his daughter. Cosette had wanted to be a mother once. Now she wasn't so sure. She only had a few childbearing years left, and she honestly wasn't sure if she'd be able to get pregnant. When she'd been married to Joel, she had just one time, and she'd lost that baby.
Cosette?
Gertie turned back, the doorway framing her now. She wore an apprehensive look on her face, and Cosette pushed away the dark cloud threatening to engulf her with memories of her past.
Yeah, sweetie? I didn't want to say anything, but my daddy said I should.
Cosette just waited, because she'd learned not to say anything if she didn't have to.
I turned in a time card for all the stuff I did last week, and I didn't get a check today.
Her cheeks brightened with spots of red.
Maybe you didn't get it?
A cascading feeling of guilt hit Cosette in the chest, right behind her heart.
I'm sorry, Gertie. Let me check.
She'd spent the morning going through all of the weekly time cards and printing all of the checks. She'd only finished distributing them an hour ago, and she only needed to pay a few more farm bills before she left for the day. Her date with Boone sat in only a few hours, and her hand shook as she reached to get the tray which held all the time cards and their attached payment receipts. Gertie migrated closer again, as Cosette leafed through each salmon-colored card. She didn't see one with Gertie's name on it.
It's not here,
she said, reaching the last one. She looked up into the girl's beautiful blue eyes. She hadn't gotten those from her father, and Cosette thought her mother must have been beautiful. She'd lost her mother at a young age, too, not as young as Gertie, and she wanted to tell Gertie she'd be okay.
Where did you put it?
She asked instead. She waved to the open door behind her.
I put it in the slot there, on Saturday after I finished helping Travis shoe a horse.
Cosette looked past her to the door.
My door doesn't have a slot, Gertie.
Gertie turned and looked, clearly saw there was no mail slot in the door, and whipped back to Cosette.
Uh-oh.
She strode toward the exit and went out into the hall.
I'll swear it was right here,
she called back. Cosette smiled to herself, knowing exactly where Gertie had put her time card. She just entered the hall when Gertie said, I put it in here. She indicated a door a couple down from Cosette's, which had once been the front door on this administration barn. She reached to open the door, and since nothing around here ever got locked for long, it swung open.
Here it is.
She stooped and came up triumphant with the card.
Is it too late?
She came toward Cosette, a familiar look of worry in her eyes. She'd definitely gotten that from Boone, and Cosette gave her a friendly smile. A whole new door in her heart opening in that single breath of time. Tears came to her eyes, and her first instinct told her to drop her gaze to the ground. She did for a second, and then forced it back to Gertie's.
Of course not, honey, she said. If you have 5 minutes, I'll do it right now. Okay,
Gertie said, her face brightening.
Thank you, Cosette.
Sure. She took the time card and headed back to her office.
How's the first week of school?
Behind her, Gertie groaned and said,
I don't know. It's fine, I guess.
You don't like school? For some reason, that surprised Cosette.
Well, I like it fine,
Gertie said. Cosette sat at her desk and started clicking again.
It's just, I think I'm too much like my daddy.
Oh? Cosette refused to look at her, choosing to focus on her payroll software.
Yeah.
Gertie slumped into the single chair in front of Cosette's desk, obviously unhappy.
He can't stand to be contained by walls, and I'm so much like that. I just want to be here, walking the horses to their next lesson, or to the washing stall."
Cosette flashed a grin in her direction, then looked at the time card.
"You do a great job around here. I'm just lucky Gray and Hunter let me get paid for helping."
Cosette put in the hours she'd worked last week and hit enter.
"All right, I'll get it printed in just a sec."
Gertie grinned and stood.
"Thank you again, Cosette."
The printer hummed again, and she plucked the check from it.
"I need this bottom part, and then you're good to go."
Cosette ripped off the things she needed to staple to Gertie's time card and handed the check to the teen. Gertie looked at it, her eyes even bigger.
"Thanks."
She turned back in the doorway again.
"Hey, are you going to that party tonight with my dad?"
Cosette's mind blanked, but somehow her neck got her head to nod.
"Awesome. Will you tell him that I asked about my check?"
She smiled and held it up.
"Thanks again."
Cosette nodded, but Gertie had already left. She sank into her chair again, completely spent. She definitely needed to clarify with Boone what she should say to his daughter about their relationship. She would tonight, on their date. 9. Boone pointed for Travis Thatcher, the cowboy who drove the side-by-side over the dirt road. It definitely wasn't as smooth out here, but the all-terrain vehicle which seated two didn't have any problem with the rocks and dirt.
"I see him,"
Travis yelled. Boone wasn't sure if he was upset or not. He'd been working with Travis for 4 months, but the only time he'd even looked a tiny bit alarmed was when Boone had said that the Colorado Cowboys didn't know what winter ranching was. He smiled just thinking about that debate and how unglued Cody and Mission had become. Boone stood by his statement, because no one understood cold until they'd been to Montana. And having to go outside and take care of animals every day? Even Boone had questioned his career more times than one. Right now, the weather in Ivory Peaks was spectacular. A golden afternoon, with a slight breeze and the trees highest up on the mountains to the west already turning red and orange. The kids had started school now, and Boone didn't feel quite so much pressure to make sure Gertie stayed out of trouble. The girl never really got into trouble, though she had a stubborn streak a mile long. His thoughts wandered down a path he'd once been on with her and Nicky, and as it did, a new branch forked to the right. Could he go down that path and bring Gertie with him? He knew who trod the other path, Cosette. He sure had enjoyed his evening with her on Tuesday, and he couldn't wait to see her again tonight. He may have had a couple of very vivid dreams about kissing her, but he wasn't going to tell her that, nor was he going to try to make those dreams come true tonight. He'd seen her around the farm every day this week, as usual, but she hadn't asked for a taco for lunch, and Boone had polished them all off that day for lunch. He wondered if he should stop by her office more regularly, outside of his normal job responsibilities, just to see her. Probably, he told himself as Travis slowed the ATV. "These goats," he said as the engine noise died into an idle. He got out of the side-by-side and surveyed the land beyond the fence. Poppy Harris owned the adjacent farm, and she too had a child she was raising alone. Matt had told Boone about her when he'd first moved in, because single parenting was hard work. Steele, her son, was only 10, and he turned out to be a pretty decent playmate for Gertie if Michael Hammond wasn't around. Of course, Gertie had cousins too, and she loved Keith and Britt and getting to spend more time with them. On Tuesday night, when he'd picked up his daughter from Matt's, she hadn't said one word about where he'd been. Nothing about the cologne. No, she'd gone on and on about something Keith had said about barrel racing and how she couldn't wait to prove him wrong. Boone could see so much of himself in Gertie, as well as so much of Nicky. Her mother had never let anyone get away with just saying something if it was wrong, and he'd simply been trying to coach Gertie for years to be as kind as she could be, while still saying what was on her mind. The last thing he wanted to do was silence her. She already looked to outside sources for girl things, and he wanted to be the one she came to when she needed something. He wanted to be the most involved person in her life. He got out of the ATV too and said, "I can take them back to Poppy." That would get him off the farm for a half hour, and when he came back, the therapy lessons would be winding down. Then he'd just need to check the horses and get them ready to go back in the stable. Travis had put out the pasture schedule, and they were rotating animals this weekend. "I can do it," Travis said. "I know all these silly goats' names." He shook his head and called, "Laundry! Don't eat that!" He vaulted the fence that marked the edge of the Hammond Family Farm and scooped the goat into his arms with a definite "meh" from the animal. "Call me if you need me," Boone said as Travis dropped the goat on the other side of a second fence, one that Poppy had put in to try to keep her rogue goats from bothering the Hammonds. Or rather, from bothering Travis. Boone suspected such a thing was impossible, both riling up Travis and keeping these goats on their side of the fence. But he chuckled to himself as he rounded the vehicle to get behind the wheel. Back at the barns and stables, he took a moment to simply drink in all the activity there. Molly and Hunter Hammond had truly built something they should be very, very proud of. He and Gloria worked with 8 therapy horses now, and they worked every other day. 4 children on weekday afternoons came to the farm for exercises, therapy, and strength training. Pony Power had graduated 7 children after they'd recovered from physical setbacks, and some of their clients had been coming since the day the facility had opened. Molly had hired on 4 counselors, who worked with the same children each week. They worked 5 days a week, and they were required to understand and go through the equine therapy program before they could see a child. As he stood there and watched a girl of 10 years old work on saddling a horse with her trembling fingers, such a feeling of love, peace, and acceptance filled him. He loved this land. He loved that horse. He adored that little girl for her fighting spirit, for her tenacity in continuing to try even when she failed, for her parents who refused to give up on her. "Hey," Molly said, stepping beside him, "I heard there were goats out again." "Yup." Boone looked at her and smiled. She smelled like manure covered in flowers, and that wasn't a great combination. He said nothing about it, though, because everyone on the farm carried some undesirable scents with them all the time, himself included. He actually liked that he didn't smell like ocean rain or cool water all the time. "Travis is taking care of it." "He always does." Molly smiled out across the arena, where all of the children worked. "After this session, we'll rotate the horses." "I saw the schedule," he said. Besides the equines who worked with children, the Hammonds had several horses simply do their work around the farm. Matt had brought his personal horse too, and he and Gloria were making plans to buy another one. His brother had a nice place in town now, and it had a paddock for his horse. He'd opted to keep it out here so he could use it during the day, as Matt actually worked the farm, not inside the children's equine therapy unit. "Is Gertie coming to help?" "I bet she's already here," Boone said. "I haven't seen her. She was doing something with Matt this afternoon, and then she had to check on her check from last week." At least he hoped she'd go talk to Cosette about that. She'd wanted him to do it, and Boone had refused. He'd told her she was 13 years old now, and she could go talk to an adult like an adult.
"Send her over to me if you see her," Molly said. "I'm going to be down at the gathering spot."
"Yes, ma'am," he said as she walked away. The gathering spot was where the children went after their work with the horses. Then they had someone designated to walk them over to the counselor cabins. Gertie had been one of those walkers this summer, and she'd loved it. Boone probably had something to do, but no one cracked a whip at him, so he leaned against the fence and watched the horses do their job. He'd been working with a particularly lively horse for a month now, and he wasn't in any hurry to get him therapy ready. Sometimes it took a long time for an animal to settle into complete concentration, especially with a child. The one in front of him, a gorgeous, deep brown horse named Lava Cake, never deviated from what she was supposed to be doing. Gloria had trained her, and the only person he'd ever met with more horse genes than him was his brother's wife. "Hey," Matt said, and Boone turned toward his voice. "Speak of the devil." Boone grinned and chuckled with his brother. "You thinking about me?" Matt put one foot on the bottom rung of the fence and let his arms hang over the top one, just like Boone. "Your wife," Boone said. "Wow," Matt said, clear surprise in his voice. "I don't know what to do with that." Boone tipped his head back and laughed. "Nothing, brother. I was just thinking about how she's better than me at training horses." "It's because she lets them run free while she rollerblades," Matt said. "Is that right?" Boone hadn't worn a pair of rollerblades in at least 2 decades, probably longer. "Well, I can't do that." "No one can," Matt said. "So?" "Yes," Boone said, already knowing what his brother was going to say. "Okay? You don't need to say it out loud." "You don't even know what I was gonna say." "I do," Boone said, glancing to his left, where everyone walked to get past the paddocks and pastures. The barns and stables lined the other side of the walkway, and Boone didn't need to be overheard. "I told you, we're not advertising anything. You've been out with her once, and it was a big deal for both of us." Boone shot Matt a dirty look. "Can you just not?" He normally loved his older brother. Matt had always been the one safe place for Boone, the very solid rock that literally never cracked. When Nicky had died, Matt had been right there, and he'd stayed for days and weeks to make sure Boone had everything under control before he left. "You haven't said 2 words about Tuesday," Matt said, his voice low. At least he was trying. "I just want 2 words." "I just said it was a big deal." "More than that. Did you have a good time?" "Obviously," Boone said. "You're taking Gertie home with you again tonight, aren't you?" Matt moved his foot to the ground. "I worry about you, Boone." Boone faced him, trying to find the answers he needed in his brother's dark eyes. Everything about Matt was a couple of shades darker than Boone, including his personality. Boone loved to laugh and joke, and he definitely took more of the spotlight from Matt at family functions, here and in Montana. "Why's that?" he asked when he couldn't find anything in his brother's eyes. "You've only been here a few months," Matt said. "I just worry that you might not be ready for another relationship." Boone couldn't argue with him, especially after how the last one had ended. "Yeah, well, I worry about that too." He faced the arena again, and an air horn sounded. "That's my cue." If he had any hope of arriving at Cosette's for dinner on time, He couldn't dawdle getting the horses cared for and moved where they needed to go. "Mine too," Matt said. "We're switching everything up. I'm not sure what Travis is thinking." "Travis is thinking that some of our horses have access to sweeter grass than others," Travis said as he walked by, "and we need to make it fair for everyone." Boone grinned at the cowboy's back, meeting Cody's eyes. The other cowboy laughed at their silent exchange, and Boone did too. "I can hear you," Travis said. "Did the goats get back home?" Boone called. "He's gonna pour water in your bed," Matt said, and that only made Boone laugh harder. "He will not," Boone said. "I'll lock my doors just to be safe." "Do you actually know where the key is to your door?" Boone shook his head, still grinning like a fool. "That's what I thought," Matt said, giving him a playful shove. "You never lock up anything." "I do too," Boone protested. "Remember when there were all those reports of wolves who could open doors in Montana? I locked my doors then." "No, I remember," Matt said dryly, stepping past Boone. "You called me at midnight to read me the story out loud, and Janice was so mad." "But you locked your doors," Boone said, going with him. "Right, brother?" "I did," Matt admitted. "For maybe a night or two." He pointed to Lava Cake as if Boone couldn't see her. "There's a girlfriend waiting for you." He smiled at Boone. "When you pick Gertie up tonight, I want more than 2 words about the date." "We'll see," Boone said, watching Travis enter the stable up ahead. "I'm not getting her until morning, remember? She and Britt are having a sleepover. So you'll come for breakfast and tell us all about it." Boone nodded as if he really would, but he hadn't mentioned Cosette to Gertie yet. His brothers started to walk away, and Boone spun toward him, leaving Lava Cake without a greeting. "Matt," he jogged toward him. "Listen, you can't tell Gertie about Cosette. I haven't, told her yet." His brother's eyebrows went up. "I thought you said she'd know after Tuesday night." "I thought she would," Boone said, "but she didn't say anything, and I didn't either." Matt folded his arms and watched Boone for several moments past comfortable. "New deal, then. You call me on your way home from Cosette's. I know she lives out in Mountain Glen, and that's a good 30 minutes for you. I get to know everything if I have to hide this from your daughter, and my kids." Boone swallowed, because that was a steep deal. "Fine," he said, already working through solutions to this new problem. Perhaps his phone could mysteriously die. "Fine." Matt turned and continued down the path. "Now get going so you're not late." By the time Boone pulled up to Cosette's quaint little cottage at the end of the block, he was late. Not astronomically late, and he had texted her to let her know he was running behind. He took the steps up to the porch 2 at a time and knocked loudly on the door before ringing the doorbell. "It's open," she called from inside, and Boone didn't hesitate to twist the knob and walk into her house. "I'm so sorry," he said. "You'd have thought that farm was Grand Central Station this evening. People everywhere, and they all seem to want to talk to me." Cosette stood in the kitchen, a pair of tongs with bright blue handles in her hand. She wore a pair of shorts the color of driven snow, and a blouse with plenty of pink and red flowers on it. Over that, she'd tied an apron around her waist that protected those shorts. It was black and said, "Medium rare or bust." His mouth watered at the sight of her. Or maybe that was the scent hanging in the air. Now that he'd slowed down, he realized he'd smelled something delicious outside, too. "Are you grilling?" he asked.
Yes, sir, she said, pointing with the tongs toward the back door. It slid open, and he could see her whole backyard through the glass. I'm assuming you like steak?
Who doesn't like steak?
There are people who don't, she said.
I don't believe it.
He grinned at her, and while he told himself they both needed to go slow, she wasn't currently cooking. He walked right into the kitchen and right up to her. You look amazing tonight, Cosette. He took her in his arms, glad she didn't flinch or blink or push him away. Thanks for inviting me. He leaned down and touched his cheek to hers, taking another big breath of her goodness and purity. He then stepped back and smiled at her. Anything I can do to help? His stomach roared in that moment, loud enough for both of them to hear. Embarrassed, he clapped his hand over his belt buckle. Cosette started to laugh, and she could wield tongs like a weapon. Go sit. The food's almost ready. Boone did what she said, because he didn't want to be teriyaki-ed or glazed. He took in her dark gray countertops, noticing the bowl of salad there, as well as a pan of brownies. Cosette, he said, his mouth positively dripping now. Did you make these? Yes, she said just before she swept the square pan out of his reach. And they're dessert, Boone. She slid the pan to the other end of the counter and gave him a look that said, Touch these and die a slow death, Mr. Whettstein. He blinked at her strength, at her playfulness, at the way she'd somehow crawled into his heart already and made a place for himself. Fine, he said, lifting his chin and going around the counter to the bar. I don't even like chocolate. Cosette burst out laughing again, this time shaking her head as she said, You're such a liar. Boone chuckled with her, and as they started to quiet, he said, You know, some people eat dessert first. I've heard it tastes better if you're not stuffed full. Cosette turned from the stove, that blue pair of tongs still gripped in her powerful fingers. Is that what you want, Boone? Dessert first? 10. Cosette waited for Boone to answer her, but he just sat there, blinking. If she didn't pull the potatoes soon, the cheese would be fried on the sheet pan. Finally, he said, Yes, Cosette, I'd love dessert first. She should have been used to this man taking everything in her life and turning it upside down. For some reason, she still wasn't. All right, she said. We can have dessert first. She bent to open the oven and get the twice-baked potatoes out. But the meat is going to be tough if we do that. You know what's amazing? Boone asked, and Cosette could hear the tease in his tone. Do enlighten me, she said. A brownie steak sandwich. She turned toward him, pure horror running through her. Her taste buds rejected this flavor combination violently, even if the handsome cowboy sitting at her bar enticed her to do crazy things like eat dessert first. No, she said, making an executive decision. This is my house and my meal, and I've grilled you an amazing medium-rare steak, and you are not sandwiching it between two brownies. She glared at him as she strode toward the door to go get the meat. She'd already put a plate out there and everything. It had been resting and should be perfect. Dessert first, she muttered as she left, just loud enough for him to hear. She hurried back to the counter and grabbed the pan of brownies. I'm taking these with me. Boone's loud laughter followed her outside, and Cosette delivered quite the juggling act by getting the steaks off the grill and onto the plate while holding the pan of brownies. She took everything back inside and laid it all out on the counter. Memories flooded her mind, and she looked at Boone, who'd quieted while she'd retrieved their protein. "I have a couple of things I want to talk to you about tonight," she said.
"All right," he said easily. "Shoot."
She indicated the food in front of her. They stood on opposite sides of the bar, and the world narrowed to the meal she'd prepared and Boone. "My mother passed away when I was only 12, she said. This was her favorite meal. Raven and I would make it for her every summer, because her birthday was in July."
"That's amazing," Boone said, just as softly and just as seriously as Cosette had spoken. He came around the island and stepped to her side, his hand sliding carefully along her waist. "I'm sorry about your mom."
"She was a great mom."
"I'm sure she was."
He picked up a plate and handed it to her.
"How did she pass?"
"Car accident," she said. "She was a pedestrian, and she got hit." She looked at the white plate in her hand, so clean and pure. She switched her gaze to Boone. "Could we say grace? Would that be weird?"
"No," he said. "It wouldn't be weird."
His hand, which had been reaching for the second plate she laid out on the countertop, moved to swipe his cowboy hat from his head. Tonight's was the color of fresh cream, more yellow than white, and Cosette liked how it matched his lighter features. He smiled at her gently, and she liked that she could tell the different levels of Boone Whettstein already.
"Do you want me to say it?"
"Would you?" Cosette asked, her insides feeling like they'd been encased in gelatin. Everything wobbled, especially with Boone standing so close to her. He nodded and pressed his hat to his heart. His eyes drifted closed and he bowed his head.
"Lord,"
he said in a clear voice. The man had obviously petitioned the Lord before.
"We ask thee for thy blessing upon us here tonight."
He paused, and Cosette liked that he let the silence into the house, too. So much about Boone was so loud, and she liked knowing he had this side to him as well.
"We're grateful for this food, and for the jobs that allow us to have it. We're grateful for family nearby who love us, and help us when we need it."
He cleared his throat.
"Please bless this food and the hands that made it. Help Cosette to feel her worth, and know of thy love for her. Amen."
Cosette couldn't add her own amen to the prayer, as dumbfounded as she was. She looked at Boone, who took long seconds to make sure his cowboy hat sat just right on his head. That was down low over his eyes. He finally couldn't stall any longer and asked,
"Okay?"
She nodded, her emotions swirling and curling through her. She couldn't speak for fear she'd burst into tears.
"What is it?"
he asked, his gentle side fully employed now. "I haven't." Her voice cracked, and she turned away from him. She mentally commanded herself to get control and stay strong.
"Hey, it's okay,"
he said, the warmth from his hand cascading down her arm as he moved it that way. His fingers took root between hers, and Cosette squeezed. She found strength in him, and she had no idea why or what that meant. "I haven't had someone pray for me in a long time," she said.
"Well, I'm sure that's not true," Boone said. "You have friends and neighbors, people at church, your sister, your daddy. They've all been praying for you."
"Not like that," she said, feeling the very thing Boone had prayed she would. God's love in her own life, for her. It was a wonderful gift he'd given her,
and she turned back to him and offered him a weak, wobbly smile. He reached up with his free hand and swiped his fingers under her left eye. "No crying tonight, okay? I can't be telling Matt about how I made you cry." He smiled and released her hand. "This really looks amazing. I didn't know you could cook." She drew in a breath, steadying herself. "A hidden talent." She picked up her plate again and started pinching salad onto it. "Any steak is fine, Boone. They're all the same." "Yes, ma'am," he said, taking one and then using the same pair of tongs for a potato. "After my dad retired from the military," Cosette said, "he started entering grilling contests. He taught both me and Raven about the finer points of meat and the most tender cuts. That kind of stuff." Boone smiled, taking 2 potatoes. "That's great." He switched places with her, and she got her potato and steak while he put salad on his plate. "We're at the table?" "Yes," she said. "Napkins and utensils are over there." She nodded to the eat-in kitchen dining table, and Boone moved that way. "I have soda or water?" she said. "Water's great," he said. "It was hot today, and I don't think I drank enough." She got 2 bottles of water out of the fridge and took them to the table. She put one in front of him and sat down with her plate of food. He glanced at her and picked up his silverware. "Thanks, Cosette. This really is amazing." "Surely you cook," she said, watching him slice through his meat with his steak knife. "We get by," he said. "Did your wife cook a lot?" He looked at her, but she couldn't decipher his expression. "Sometimes," he said. "She worked some evenings, and since my mom wasn't around much, Matt and I know how to cook." Cosette nodded, not wanting to keep firing questions at him. "Have you taught Gertie to cook?" "A little," he said. "She can make stuff like mac and cheese and frozen pizza." He indicated their full plates. "Nothing like this." Cosette finally cut into her steak. "My mom loved to cook," she said. "She taught Raven and me as soon as we could stand on a stool and reach the counter." Boone gave her a gorgeous smile, so much light streaming from him. She marveled at that, as he'd clearly been through some hard times in his life. A mom who wasn't around much, a wife who died early, and a broken relationship that had driven him out of his home state. He'd been parenting his daughter alone for several years now. He didn't seem broken. He didn't hesitate to smile, nor did he seem averse to starting and maintaining a romantic relationship. She dropped her eyes to her food and speared a bite of steak, then went for the end of her potato. She ate while Boone did, wondering if she'd killed the conversation. "Was there something else you wanted to talk about?" he asked. "You said you had 2 things." Cosette swallowed and reached for her water. "Yes, but I think we need dessert now." She got up and retrieved the pan of brownies, as well as a little serving spatula. She cut the brownies into only 4 pieces using the spatula, and then dug under the edge of one. "Whoa!" Boone said, his face shining. "We need 2 plates." Cosette looked at his plate, then hers, then the brownies. "You're right. Let's just eat them right out of the pan." That was what she usually did anyway, and she left the spatula stuck halfway under the brownie as she put the pan down. She picked up her fork and took the middle bite from all 4 brownies. Boone watched her put the treat in her mouth, his eyes wide. "You just ate off all of them." She smiled at him, the rich, dark chocolate in her mouth making everything happy inside her. "Yeah." His eyebrows shot up. That's all you have to say for yourself? Yeah? Cosette lifted one shoulder in a small shrug and went in for a second bite. Yep. This time, she forked up a bite of brownie near the middle, but from only one square. You don't like the edge? Boone asked, reaching for a bite. It's the best part. I like the gooey middle, Cosette said, as he stabbed through the harder outer edge. He popped his bite into his mouth, and Cosette wasn't at all surprised to hear him groan in an exaggerated way. She giggled and ducked her head, so glad her hair had cooperated with her tonight. Everything about Boone seemed to cooperate with him, as he looked extra amazing in a dark black shirt with tiny white boxes flecked across it. They ate another few bites of brownie, and finally Cosette felt satiated enough to say, So Gertie stopped by my office this afternoon. Boone's gaze flew to hers. Oh? She was asking about her check and time card. We got it all worked out. He grinned, his appetite back on real food as he cut into his twice-baked potato. I'm glad. She was nervous about going to talk to you. She did seem so, Cosette said. She told me to tell you if I saw you tonight at the party. She cocked her head and waited for him to explain. When he said nothing, she continued with, I need to know what to say to her when she asks me things like that. What did you say? I said I'd tell you she stopped by if I saw you. Oh, well, great, he said. I don't want to lie to her, Boone. Cosette spoke in a quiet voice, the shape and sound of his name in her mouth fitting perfectly. I know, he sighed out. I don't want to either. Cosette lifted her eyes from her salad to the man across the table from her. She could hardly believe he was here, or that she was there with him. I don't see why she can't know you're dating someone. She doesn't have to know it's me until you're ready. Because he was fibbing to his daughter. This wasn't a party, no matter how anyone sliced the situation. If I tell her that, I might as well tell her who. Then maybe you should. Cosette delivered the sentence evenly, refusing to look at Boone. The man would do what he wanted to do. She knew that. Most people did, despite what others said. She didn't want to be the one to boss him around, that was for sure. And she shook her hair over her shoulders and forced herself to perk up. All right, she said. That's it. Those are the things I wanted to tell you or talk to you about tonight. She cut another bite of steak. Your turn. My turn for what? To talk? He shook his head, his smile seemingly the easiest thing he produced. We're talking, Cosette. It's not one-sided. Don't you have anything to tell me or talk about? Actually, he said, shifting in his chair, I was wondering if you'd come help me pick out a tree for my cabin. A tree? Yeah. He nodded, his countenance falling slightly. My wife, Nikki, she had this pine tree in our house in Montana. She'd decorate it for different things, or sometimes it would just have lights on it. I think it would help Gertie remember her mama, and that's important to me. Boone, she said, her heartbeat vibrating like hummingbird wings. Of course I will. She suddenly froze as he speared his last bite of steak and moved his fork toward the brownie pan. Surely he wouldn't. She'd made her opinion really clear about how steak didn't go with brownies. His hand seemed to move in slow motion, and something like a yelping gasp came from her throat as he dug a bite of brownie out of the pan. All she could see was that gooey brownie hanging on to the tines of his fork, with that perfectly pink square of steak above it. Then he put the bite in his mouth, that now annoying groan coming from his mouth. "Yeah," he said, nice and loud. "That's good." His voice thawed her, and she said, "You're impossible." "You're a great cook." He grinned at her, and Cosette had a vision of him coming home to her in this house every evening. She'd wear her grilling championship apron and make dinner for him and Gertie, and they'd talk about the farm, horses, school, homework, and other mundane things, the way husbands and wives and families did. Cosette wanted that life, with a pine tree to remind them all of Gertie's mother and Boone's first wife. She'd wanted it when she'd met and married Joel, and after everything in that relationship had turned sour, she'd thought she'd never have another chance at that type of happiness. As she sat with Boone and they talked, Cosette's world shifted. God had given her a second chance. He'd provided a way for her to heal and grow and discover who she truly was. In a lull in the conversation, both of their dinners long gone, she said, "So I'll come with you to get a pine tree for your cabin. Then there's a pumpkin festival next month. I've never been. Would you take me?" "Sure," Boone said without even asking when it was. "You've never been?" She shook her head, realizing she still had so many things to tell him. "Raven runs the used car dealership in Ivory Peaks," she said. "My father lives in the suburbs of Denver. I needed something a little quieter, so I moved here." "Yeah, you said you've been here for a long time," he said, clearly fishing for more information as to why she hadn't been to a small-town festival in all the years she'd lived in Mountain Glen. She got up and collected her plate and then his. "Do you want to go for a walk?" "Yep." She put their dishes in the sink and returned to him. He took both of her hands in his, and Cosette fought the urge to pull away. After the initial moment, the one where her brain shrieked at her to flee, she relaxed into the touch. "After I managed to get away from my ex-husband, I didn't go out much," she said. "Or ever. I needed a place of refuge, and that was my house. I barely left, even to get groceries." Boone held very still, just as he had on Taco Tuesday. "Managed to get away?" "A story for another time," she said, almost absently. She drew in a deep breath, clearing the cobwebs from her mind. "I'd love to go to the pumpkin festival. I know there's a flyer about it hanging in the grocer. Maybe we can walk by there and get all the details." "Sounds good to me," Boone said, adding, "And we can get ice cream there too. There's nothing better than brownies, unless it's ice cream and brownies together." She smiled with him, because he really was like a big little boy, and he brought such joy to her with the simplest of things, like ice cream and pumpkins and pine trees. 11. "I don't care if you have until the 10th, Boone said, reaching for the file for the hoof he needed to shape. He couldn't reach it, and he waved his fingers at his daughter for her to hand it to him. "You're retaking that math test tomorrow."
"Daddy,"
Gertie started, putting the tool he needed in his palm. "Don't daddy me," Boone said, rifling the file along the bottom of the hoof. There's something wrong with this frog. He straightened, his lower back pinching slightly. You can't fail a test and then just do extra credit to try to make it up.
I don't get fractions, she said.
Then you get out your books at night and let me help you. He glared at his 13-year-old, who hadn't even told him she had a test. He asked her every evening about her schoolwork, and he couldn't have her lying to him. I ask you every day about your stuff. You said you didn't have anything.
I got all my homework done and turned it in, she said.
Then why'd you fail the test?
He met her eye, but she looked away really quickly.
That wasn't good. Boone hadn't been around a ton of teens, but he knew when someone was lying to him. You can't come work over here if you're not going to get good grades, he said, turning away from her.
Daddy, don't do that.
I just said, not to daddy me, he said through clenched teeth. He walked over to the window and looked out into the blue sky. Mother Nature had been sending winds in the afternoon, which foretold of the autumn weather coming.
I love working here,
Gertie said from behind him, her voice smaller and without any attitude. Then you better get your math grade up, he said. You're going to go talk to Mrs. Gillenskog in the morning, and you're going to ask her how you can retake that test. He turned back to face his daughter. She stood next to the horse, one hand on his neck while she studied the ground.
Yes, sir,
she said. And if you don't get your grade up, you're going to have to talk to Molly about why you can't work here. Gertie looked up, obviously mortified. Boone saw so much of Nicky in his daughter's eyes, and his heart sang painfully at him.
She said she'd go talk to her teacher.
He swung his attention to the doorway, finding Cosette standing there. She wore fire in her eyes, and as his slipped down her body, he found her fingers in fists. Confusion riddled through him, and he kept his mouth closed. Cosette moved toward Gertie, who looked at her with the same surprise on her face that Boone felt coursing through him.
Are you okay?
He frowned and actually shook his head. Of course Gertie was okay. They'd just been having a conversation. He hadn't liked it, no, but his daughter was fine. She nodded, her blonde braid pulling against the front of her shirt. Cosette reached for her and said something Boone didn't catch. The two of them went toward the hall Cosette had come down, and she glanced over to him at the last second.
She'll be right back.
They disappeared, and Boone had no idea what had just happened. She'll be right back? Where's she going? He wondered. He walked back over to the horse, who'd simply waited for him to finish the shoeing. He too ran his hand down the animal's neck, taking comfort from him the way Boone had many times over the years. After Nicky's death, the first one he'd told besides Gertie, Matt, and his father, had been his old horse named Ironsides. The horse hadn't lived much longer than Nicky had, and Boone barely remembered most of the next year. I don't know about this shoe, he said to Earl Grey. I've got a leather pad for you, but I'm not going to put any padding in it, okay? Sometimes if he tried to do that, it put too much pressure on the already weak frog, and then Earl Grey would be in even more pain when he walked. He got to work trimming the leather to fit the shape of Earl's hoof, and he'd put that in place and had the horse mostly shod when Gloria asked, "How's it going, Boone?" Boone didn't look up from the job in front of him. He'd been teaching Gertie how to take care of a lame horse, diagnose problems, and come up with solutions before he'd heard about the math test. His daughter had been gone for at least 10 minutes, and she'd missed a crucial part of the lesson. But Gloria hadn't inquired about his personal life. "He's definitely going to be better with these shoes," Boone said. "But there is something going on with this frog on this side. I can have Brady look at him next time he comes around." I would. Boone pounded in the last nail and dropped Earl's leg. He's still got some spring in him, I would say. He looked at his brother's wife, and he could see how perfect they were for each other without Matt even there. Some of his tension drained away, and he managed a smile for Gloria. How'd the auction go? She and Matt had gone to a rescue horse auction in Broomfield, a decent drive from Ivory Peaks, almost an hour and a half one way if Boone remembered right. Matt's unloading the horses now, Gloria said. He sent me to get you, because we got a couple of skittish ones. Boone looked at Earl, and then Gloria, tired way down in his bones, and Gertie still hadn't returned. All right. Cheer up, Boone. He thinks you're better than me, Gloria said with a grin. She turned to leave right as Gertie and Cosette came back into the big room where Boone had been working. He's done, Boone said, his voice turning harder without him meaning to. Take him back to the pasture, Gertie. He watched his daughter as she approached, dumbstruck. Have you been crying? No, she said, ducking her head further from him. Yes, you have, he said, not really tactful in situations like this. Gloria had stalled near Cosette, and Boone whiplashed his attention between them and his daughter. He turned his back on the women and took a deep breath. Gertie, he said in a much softer, calmer voice. What's going on? She bent to get the reins, and as she straightened, she burst into tears. Boone didn't hesitate to wrap her up in his arms and hold on tight. Hey, shh, he said, the way he had when she'd cried as a child. She was still a child, and Boone needed to remember that. It's okay, he murmured reassurances that everything was fine. He wasn't mad at her. They could still have popcorn for dinner. Gertie didn't cry too often, though there had been a spell in 5th grade where he'd thought she'd never stop crying. But once she'd made it past that, she'd been mature and actually fun for Boone to talk to. She stepped back and wiped her eyes. I'll take him out to the pasture. Uncle Matt needs my help for a bit, Boone said. But when I get home, we'll make the popcorn and put on that Korean drama you like. Gertie nodded, still sniffling, and she led Earl Grey out the big door instead of back the way she'd come with Cosette. Boone had no choice but to face her and Gloria, and he found it hard to breathe as he did. Someone had definitely encased his chest in cement, and he couldn't crack it with just the expansion of his lungs. Cosette wore sympathy on her face, with a dangerous edge underneath. Gloria looked from her to Boone. I'll tell Matt you'll be a minute. They'll be fine in the trailer. Thanks, Gloria, Boone said. His stomach pinched and complained for food, and he couldn't wait to get home and collapse on the couch with a giant bowl of cheesy popcorn in both hands. Gloria left, and Boone stayed right where he was. What did I do wrong? He asked, because he clearly had done something. Cosette folded her arms across her chest, really hugging herself tight. You seemed really upset with Gertie. I was, Boone said, frowning. So what? She failed her math test, hid it from me, and then tried to tell me it didn't matter. She got the point. Did she? Boone asked. How would you know anyway, Cosette? I think I know her better than you do. Her eyes widened, and Boone sighed. Listen, he said. I know Gertie and how much she can take. We have rules in our family, and one of them is she has to get good grades to work here at the farm. She lied to me, Cosette, and if I don't get after her, she'll keep doing it.
Michael posted a picture of him and another girl at a dance, Cosette said. She'd had enough, and you couldn't see it.
Boone took a step toward Cosette, his mind flying in a dozen directions.
I didn't know you had a temper.
He paused, his thoughts scattering, all save one.
I don't have a temper. I was talking to my daughter in a normal, controlled voice. I was frustrated, sure, but she lied to me, and that's not how we do things with each other.
His stomach squeezed, and his lungs tightened.
Me and her, we're all the other has. We don't lie to each other.
He gestured toward the big door where she'd led Earl Grey outside.
That doesn't mean I have a temper. It means I was being her father and not her friend.
Cosette stared at him, blinking every few seconds.
And you interrupted me in teaching her how to take care of a horse who has an injured frog, he said. She missed the last part of the lesson.
Boone, Cosette came toward him, but he wasn't in the mood to talk to her. He had to clean up in here and then go help his brother. He shoved his farrier tools in the leather bag, freezing when Cosette put her delicate hand on his forearm. He looked first at it, and then into her eyes.
I'm sorry, she said. I could tell from a distance how upset Gertie was, and you didn't seem to see it. She broke down in my office when she showed me Michael's social media, and well, maybe I misjudged your temper.
Maybe, he said softly, thinking that word could go toward any number of things right now. I thought she was upset because she'd been caught.
She was, Cosette said simply. She loves you to the very core, Boone, and she doesn't want to disappoint you.
His eyebrows went up. She told you that?
More or less.
Cosette removed her hand from his arm, and he went to grab onto her and keep her close. Instead, he let her wander over to the big open door.
She's a good girl.
I know she is. Boone resumed his cleanup. She still can't lie to me.
No, Cosette said. I agree that she can't. She turned back. Just go easy on her tonight.
I will, Boone said. We're having popcorn for dinner, and I just told her she could put on her Korean dramas. He cocked one eyebrow at Cosette, whose face softened as she smiled. Have you seen those? They're awful, so I'm really sacrificing.
Yeah, Cosette said dryly. I'm sure. You'll probably be asleep within 10 minutes of eating, what was it? Popcorn?
Popcorn is a meal, Boone said, grinning at this beautiful woman in his life. She giggled and shook her head no.
I don't think so.
It is, he insisted. Number one, it's a whole grain, so no one can accuse me of not thinking about my daughter's health. Number two, we put this cheese powder on it. That's dairy and protein. Cosette folded her arms again, cocking one hip and keeping that smile on her face.
Cheese powder? Is that even real food?
Real food, Boone said, lunging toward her. He grabbed her as she squealed, and they laughed together as he swung her around. It's real food, he said, almost yelling the words. He set her on her feet, so much joy and happiness streaming between the two of them. He looked down into her eyes, then his drifted south to her lips. Oh boy, he thought. He leaned closer, his heartbeat suddenly riding on a jackhammer. Cosette steadied herself in his arms, her hands sliding up his chest. Sparks ignited with the heat of her touch, and Boone let his eyes drift close the closer he got to Cosette. "Daddy?" He jumped right out of his skin as his eyes shot open. He spun toward Gertie's voice, practically shoving Cosette behind him, as if his daughter wouldn't be able to see her that way. "Hey, baby," he said. "You got Earl put away already?" "Yes," she said, something glinting in those blue eyes. "Uncle Matt needs you." She flicked a glance at Cosette, turned and walked away. Relief sagged through Boone, but his evening of relaxation, cheesy popcorn, and a nap before bedtime evaporated right before his eyes. "You better go," Cosette said quietly. "And you better get prepared to tell her something over your popcorn dinner." Boone turned to get his tools, saying, "Yeah, you're right." When he turned back to her, she wore hope in her eyes. "This is good," she said. "Then you won't have to fib to her about our date this weekend. She could even come. She might like the pumpkin patch." Boone didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to bring his 13-year-old on a date with him, not if there was any chance of kissing. And judging by the moment Gertie had just interrupted, there might be. "I'll talk to her," he said, making no promises. He moved toward her and paused right at her side, him facing the exit, and Cosette still facing the back of the barn. "Thank you for helping her this afternoon," he said. "Well, I'm not good with the boy thing." "Sure," Cosette said. He leaned down and touched his mouth to Cosette's cheek, and she pressed right into his lips, cementing their connection. "I'll call you later tonight," he whispered. "Have fun with your choir practice." She barely nodded, and Boone headed for the exit, his phone ringing in his back pocket. He ignored it, because he knew who it would be. Matt. "There you are," his brother griped only a few paces away from the barn, lowering his phone from his ear. "Well, I've got 2 squirrely and nervous rescues here, and I need you." "Here I am," Boone said, refusing to look back to the barn. The walk to where Matt and Gloria had parked the trailer wouldn't take long, and Boone slowed his steps. "Matt." His nerves fired at him, but he wasn't sure why. Matt knew he'd been going out with Cosette. "How did you tell your kids about you and Gloria?" Matt studied him while they walked a pace or two. "I just asked them if they liked her," he said. "Then I said I did too, and we were going out." Boone nodded, his jaw tightening as his teeth pressed together. "I think Gertie saw me almost kiss Cosette just now. I'm gonna have to tell her something." "Yep," Matt said with a sigh. He faced the horse trailer too, just as it shook and a nervous whinny filled the air. "Well, I'd go with the truth, Boone. Everyone just wants the truth." "Amen, brother." Boone handed his tools to Matt and jogged toward the trailer where Gloria, Travis, Cody, and Mission all stood at the ready. "Ready, boys?" He didn't wait for them to affirm before he opened the back of the trailer and stepped into the space, filling it with his presence so the horses would know he wasn't going to let anything bad happen to them. Hey, he said in a soothing, soft voice. Gloria joined him, because she was excellent with horses too. "Shh, shh, shh." Boone made the noise with his mouth as he brought the first horse out. "There you go." He ran a hand along the horse's back, finding flea bites and matted hair. "She needs a bath," he said. "Ointment and bandages, probably." The horse's ribs could be counted, and a fury Boone couldn't understand built beneath his breastbone. "Go with Travis," Matt said. "Help him keep her calm." "What's her name?" Boone asked, keeping one big hand on the horse's neck, calming her and reminding her she wouldn't be abused anymore. "Jambalaya," Matt said. "Oh, we're changing that," Boone said as he walked to the horse. "Come on now, Ruby Rose. You come with me, and let's get you cleaned up." By the time Boone arrived at his cabin, he was soaking wet, chilled, and starving. The scent of various foods filled the lane in front of the cabins, as he wasn't the only one who lived out here. Yellow light shone in his front windows, and as he climbed the front steps, he saw Gertie check through the window. She opened the door before he arrived, and Boone smiled at her. "Howdy, Bumblebee." He drew her into a hug and lifted her right up off her feet. "I'm sorry if I was on your case too hard this afternoon." "You weren't, Daddy," she said, clinging to him with her arms and legs. "Did Cosette tell you about Michael?" "Yes." Gertie didn't say anything else, and Boone figured now was as good of a time as any to tell her about Cosette. "Did you see me and Cosette?" "Yes," she said. "Well, I've been going out with her," he whispered. "Well, I like her. She seems to like me." Gertie wiggled, and he set her down. She looked up at him, so much innocence and understanding in her face. "Why didn't you tell me?" He sighed as he indicated she should go on inside. He didn't want to have this conversation on the porch. Once the front door closed behind him, he said, "I don't want you to get hurt again, Gertie. You're my top priority. And I don't know." He hung his cowboy hat on the rack by the front door. "I just want to know me and Cosette are going to work before you get involved. I know you miss Carly, and I know it's my fault we both got burned in Montana. I'm not going to put you through that again." Gertie went into the kitchen and picked up the bag of popcorn she'd obviously gotten out already. "I don't miss Carly anymore," she said. "Gloria's here, and Miss Molly, and Elise." She looked up at him. "I like them, and they take me shopping and stuff the way Carly did." Boone nodded as he ran his hands through his hair. "All right." He hated that he couldn't provide everything for his daughter, but he wasn't a woman. He didn't understand his daughter in a lot of the same ways he hadn't understood his wife. Nikki had taught him a lot about how she thought, but Boone hadn't had the blessing of his wife's tutelage for many years now. "I need us to talk to each other," he said. "Always. Hard things, easy things, good things, bad things. Okay?" Gertie nodded as she turned to put the popcorn in the microwave. "Okay." "So, tell me about Mac." Boone pulled out the bar stool and sat on it, groaning as he did. Gertie's shoulders slumped, and she kept her back to him. "I liked him, Dad." "I know you did." "I thought he liked me." "Well, I'm sure he did." Gertie turned to face him. "You think so?" "Gertie, let me tell you a little something about boys," Boone said, wishing with all the power of his soul that Nikki was here to do this. Maybe he could get Gloria or Molly to talk to Gertie. But she held up her hand. "You don't have to, Daddy. Cosette told me." His eyebrows shot up. "She did? What did she say?" "She said boys are so dumb sometimes, and they really just want to hold a girl's hand and kiss them. And it doesn't matter if it's me or Emmeline in Coral Canyon." Boone blinked, not sure how to respond. "Well, I mean, At Michael's age, probably, he said.
What about you? She cocked her left eyebrow the way he did sometimes. Well, I saw you with Cosette. You were going to kiss her.
Boone coughed and cleared his throat. I mean, maybe.
No, maybe, Daddy. You were.
Yeah, but I wasn't going out with someone else last week, he said. And kissing them is totally different.
I never kissed Michael, Gertie said. She had told him that several times, and Boone believed her.
A teenage boy is kind of dumb, he admitted. They have a lot of hormones, and pretty girls like you intrigue them.
Gertie scoffed. I'm not pretty.
Yes, you are.
Boone got up as the microwave beeped.
You look just like your mother, and she was gorgeous.
He beamed down at Gertie.
Are you okay if I go out with Cosette? Really okay?
Gertie looked into his eyes, searching for several seconds. I think so, she said. I just want you to be happy, Daddy. Mama wanted you to be happy too. Boone's heart smashed itself into a tiny box.
I know.
He was trying, and he said as much. Yeah, that's why you're going out with Cosette, Gertie said. She's your third try, and you're going to get it right this time, Daddy. I just know it. His third try. Boone hadn't thought of it like that, but he supposed Gertie was right. I don't want to be left out, Gertie said. If you and Cosette do end up married or something, I don't want to be a stranger to her.
So, you want to tag along while we hold hands and flirt with each other? He teased, knowing Gertie would blush and bark the word no at him. She did exactly that, and Boone laughed as he mixed up the butter and cheese powder, then poured it over their popcorn. He tossed and stirred, split the popcorn in half, and handed Gertie her dinner. I won't leave you out, he promised. You're my #1 priority.
Mm-hmm, Gertie said, her mouth already full of popcorn. She went over to the couch and flipped on the TV. When are you going out with her again? 12. Travis Thatcher flipped up the collar on his jacket so the wind couldn't whip down his back and chill him from the inside out. Ivory Peaks was going through a freak cold spell right now, and that brought a frown to his face. He kept a garden behind the row of cabins on the lane behind the homestead, and this cold snap wouldn't be good for his squashes. The pumpkins, watermelons, butternuts, and eggplants would be squishy and soft, burned by the frost when it came and then baked by the sun when it returned. All of his hard work across months this past summer would be ruined. He'd managed to get a few rows of his veggies covered, but with everything he had to do around the farm, he couldn't spend hours covering everything to try to save it from Jack Frost. He also couldn't just do nothing. So he stood back and watched the morning wind try to rip off the plastic he'd just put over his bell peppers and eggplants. The squashes were too big to try to cover, and he left his beets, as they weathered cold spells fairly well. Travis turned away from the garden as the sun brightened the day. With the plot of land he planted on the east side of the cabins, it got the best light and heat of the day, and avoided the scorching hot afternoons in July and August. September had arrived in Ivory Peaks, and the tallest mountains to the west had snow on them already. He hoped it would melt in the next few days as the weather warmed again, but he'd lived in Colorado long enough to know it sometimes didn't. It could snow in September or October, as well as all the way into May and June. Freak storms swept through the Rocky Mountains, dumping feet of snow in a single day and fouling up roads, schools, and Travis's mood.
He longed for a job on a ranch in California, but he'd never leave the Denver area again. His mother lived here, and she needed his help. He had a couple of half-sisters, but they'd both gotten married within the past couple of years, and Roberta lived in Albuquerque now, and Vivian was about to move to Pennsylvania for her husband to finish dental school. They were both a decade younger than him, and the care of his mother had always fallen on his shoulders. He honestly didn't mind, because his mom was a great cook, sharp as a tack, and didn't bug him about getting married. Besides, he'd tried that once in the city, and he much preferred the country life, most of the time. If he didn't let his loneliness creep up on him and cripple him, he tried to make sure he spoke to as many adults as possible during the day, because he lived alone right now, and had for a good long while. There weren't that many cowboys working at the Hammond Family Farm, and right now, Mission and Cody shared a cabin. Boone and his daughter lived in the one on the end, and Gloria's sat empty. She'd moved into town when she'd married Matt, and Travis wondered what it would be like to come home to someone at night. He'd been divorced for a decade, but his bank account reminded him of his life in the city. He'd once been an investment banker, and gardening reminded him a lot of playing the stock market. Always a risk, he thought. He got behind the wheel of his truck to get on over to the commercial side of the farm. Molly Hammond ran pony power from the row of barns and stables that lined the front pasture, which separated the homestead from that part of the farm. Gray Hammond had the family barn and livestock behind the homestead, and then the row of cowboy cabins before the fields took over. Travis acted as Matt's second around the farm, which meant he had to check in with him to find out what the priorities were for the day. He did all of the rotations for the horses for both the farm and the equine therapy unit, and he scheduled the fields to be turned over too. Right now, their focus was on harvesting and fence fixing. Both chores Travis didn't particularly like, but he didn't particularly hate them either. He'd been in a tractor all day yesterday, buffeted by the wind as he tried to mow the final cut of the hay the proper way, so he expected to be on fences today. Sure enough, when he arrived in the back barn where everyone came to greet Matt for the day, he received a clipboard with a map of the farm attached to it. "The red section needs to be checked and cleared today," Matt said while Travis studied his map. "I'm putting you with Hunter." "Hunter's working out here today?" Travis looked up, genuinely surprised. "Said he'll be here by 10, Matt said, which was 3 hours away. "So you'll need to take a walkie until he gets here," Matt said, moving over to Mission and handing him the keys to the tractor. "Cody, you're with me on horse care this morning, and then we'll get the cattle fed this afternoon." "Yes, sir," Cody said, one of the more agreeable cowboys Travis had ever met. He looked back at his clipboard, unsurprised to be working alone. He'd been working at this ranch for the past 5 years, after a 5-year job at one a bit further north in Golden. Matt and Gray both trusted him, and he'd take the walkie even though he didn't need to. He studied the map for a minute or so, then tucked it under his arm so he could go get his horse saddled. Hunter would probably come out on an ATV, but Travis didn't want to deal with the guttural growl of the engine this morning. Once he had a pretty bay horse named Peppermint Tea saddled, he set out for the northeast section of the ranch. Clearing it meant he'd have to check all of the fences, all the water lines, all the fields to make sure they hadn't left equipment, tools, or fencing materials out there. Matt wanted the farm cleared so they were ready for winter and could focus on bringing in the harvest. Travis had worked enough farms and ranches in Colorado conditions to know that things had to be checked and rechecked. He kept his gloves on and his head down as he walked the field. He held the reins for Peppermint as they trod along the fence line. Nothing seemed amiss. Then Travis heard the bleating of a goat. "No," came out of his mouth without him able to censor it. He looked back the way he'd come and saw nothing. He turned and surveyed the fence in front of him. Nothing. Maybe he'd imagined it. He'd been out here far too many times to rescue Poppy Harris's gall-darn goats. Every time he took them back, she apologized and said she'd keep them contained. Travis had stopped believing her after the third time. Her goats were a rambunctious bunch, but he seemed to be some sort of goat Pied Piper, because they'd follow him back to her pens and barns and right on inside them. He'd latch them inside and then go tell her he'd done so. He honestly wasn't sure why she kept letting them out. Another "meh" filled the air, and Travis spun around. Sure enough, a gray goat stood about 50 feet away, on the wrong side of the fence. His distress call had alerted all of his hoofed buddies, and as Travis stood there and watched, caprine after caprine either jumped the fence or squeezed their billy goat gruff bodies underneath it to join Graybeard. "No," Travis said again, striding toward them. He waved his arms over his head. "Not today, Satan." He was already going to lose his melons and squashes. Did the Lord really have to send a herd of goats to torment him? Several of the animals mawed and bawed at him, not really caring as he stomped closer to them, yelling at them to get back on their side of the fence. He looked over the two fences marking the property line between Harris Farms and the Hammond Family Farm. Perhaps Poppy was walking her goats today, and these 11 had gotten away from her. Travis held no real hope of spotting the woman. With the wind and the threat of rain, she wouldn't be out gallivanting around. He shouldn't be either. But as one baby goat bumped into him, he couldn't very well leave the animals out here. "Fine," he said grumpily. "Come on, you silly things." He went back to his horse and swung into the saddle. He yipped and hollered at the goats, which was obviously some sort of formal bearded mammal language, because all of the trespassers started to follow him. He went to the road to get past the fences, and then he clip-clopped down the lane to Harris Farms. He didn't see any movement near the picturesque farmhouse where Poppy lived with her son. Steele should be at school, as Elise and Poppy and Boone shared responsibility for carpooling. Her minivan sat in the driveway, but Travis didn't take the goats in that direction. He knew right where to put them, and perhaps he could simply corral them back in their pen and skedaddle back to his side of the fence without talking to Poppy. She obviously didn't know her goats were out, and he didn't need to make her feel bad about it. "Go on," he told them once they'd reached the pen where they were supposed to be. The gate swung open in the breeze, and he jumped down from his horse to hold it for the animals. "Get back in here, you fools. All of your food and water is here." Why animals had to flee from their safety and security was beyond him, but they all did. A small break in the fence, and cows, chickens, goats, sheep, and horses could practically taste the freedom. The last goat, a stubborn cream-colored nanny goat, finally waltzed into the pen, unconcerned about his continual yelling and yipping, and he swung the gate closed. He latched it, noting that it did that just fine. These goats weren't getting out on their own, unless one of them had grown an opposable thumb somehow. He glared at them as if that might actually be true, his mood growing worse by the moment. Thunder cracked through the sky above, and Travis looked up. "No," he moaned. The sky opened in the next moment, and he ran for Peppermint. He towed her toward the nearest barn, hoping the two of them could just stay there while the clouds emptied the worst of their rain. He burst into the barn, the wind catching the door and flinging it against the wall. It sounded like thunder all over again, and Travis's pulse ran in a frenzied circle in his chest. He panted as the noise settled into driving rain against the roof. "Great!" he yelled. "Now I'm stuck here." A drop of rain hit his hand. He looked up, sure he was living inside a nightmare. "In a barn with a leaking roof." He let his chin sag toward his chest as he shook his head. "What else can go wrong?" In the rainy silence that followed his voice, he distinctly heard something. He looked up, searching for the source of the breathing. "Hello?" he called. "Poppy?" She stepped out from behind the corner of the wall that led down an aisle where she might keep horses. His irritation with the pretty strawberry blonde spiked. "Did you know your goats were out again?" He threw his hand up toward the roof. "And that this thing leaks?" He might as well have blamed her for sending the downpour, too. Poppy simply gazed at him in one moment, her blue heeler appearing at her side, and in the next, she burst into tears. Travis immediately backtracked, his insides icing over. "Poppy, I mean..." He didn't know how to finish that sentence. She didn't turn away from him, and as her sobs increased, Travis couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He hurried toward her and took the woman into his arms. "I'm sorry," he said. "I was just frustrated."
"Not you,"
she said, gasping for air. The dog at their feet whined, but she didn't even flinch toward him.
"I'm fine."
She so wasn't fine, and Travis wasn't going to let her go until she calmed further. He caught the scent of apple cinnamon in her hair, and for some reason, he reached up and stroked his hand down the back of her head. "It's okay," he said as gently as he could. "Whatever it is, it'll be okay." How he could promise that, he wasn't sure. He simply didn't want her to hurt. Something told him not to say anything else, so he kept his mouth closed while he held Poppy tightly. 13. Poppy Harris told herself to stop crying. Over and over she told herself. Only when the storm had blown through her soul was she able to take a steadying breath and not sob it all out. She'd sniffle for a good long while, as that was how she operated. "Whatever it is, it's going to be okay." No, it wasn't. The words screamed through her head, no matter how she tried to silence them. Another thread started about how warm Travis Thatcher made her, how strong he was, how good he smelled. She honestly didn't know how her brain had room for all the thoughts inside it. She couldn't even keep up with what she had going on in her life, and she thought she could handle a boyfriend? No. Not only that, but Travis obviously didn't like her. He'd been cordial and kind when returning her goats in the past, but today, he'd been different. Heaven knew everyone had bad days, and Poppy herself knew that so well. Better than she'd like, for sure. "We'll have to foreclose, ma'am, if we don't get the payment by the end of the month." A new kind of scream gathered in her soul, the same as it had in the house. She'd escaped to the open air, the farm, and the barn she loved so much, because she'd always been able to think out here. If she lost this farm, she had no idea what she'd do. Where would she go? Where would she and Steele live? How could she afford another farm? She couldn't. But she also couldn't stand the thought of getting rid of her animals or selling them to someone else. Maybe Travis. She stepped out of his arms, feeling calmer and quieter now. Her thoughts were made of insanity, and she didn't dare look at the handsome cowboy who lived next door. She'd met him plenty of times, and she'd never felt this spark of attraction before. Perhaps her embarrassment had always kept it at bay. She'd literally just broken down into an emotional wreck right in front of him. Can't get much more embarrassing than that, she thought. Do you know how the goats keep getting out? He asked. Fire flew through her veins. I have no idea, she said. In the past, she'd thanked him for bringing them back, but today she couldn't force herself to do it. Travis blinked and fell back a step, which was possibly for the best. Poppy wasn't sure what showed on her face, but she'd always been terrible at hiding how she really felt. Do you need anything? He asked. Poppy burst out laughing, the sound high and cruel and so not funny. Yes, she said, her smile disappearing as quickly as the maniacal laughter did. I do need some help with a great many things. She indicated the still dripping roof. My barn is in disrepair to the point that the roof leaks. It's been doing that for a while, so the hay up in the loft, all moldy. She turned as if she could see through solid wood walls. Can't use it, can't sell it. It's just a whole ton of work to get rid of it. And it's not even free to do that. But that hardly matters because I'm broke. So broke that I'm going to lose this place. Then it'll just be the next owner's problem. She took a deep breath and ignored Travis as he opened his mouth to say something. They'll get a leaking barn, rotten hay, naughty goats, and a farmhouse that needs to be gutted and redone. Sounds like a real bargain, huh? Poppy turned in a full circle, nearly tripping over Cotton, the blue heeler who always stuck close to her. When she was upset, Cotton usually climbed right on top of her. I'm honestly not sure why the bank cares if I pay the mortgage. This place is a wreck. It should be condemned. No one would dare live here, let alone pay to live here. She sucked at the air, finding it cold and damp. Travis stood there, his eyes wide, his pulse beating steadily in the vein in his neck. She needed to get out of this barn, now. Thanks for bringing the goats back. Maybe I can sell them and stay in my house for one more month. She brushed past him and his expensive horse. Selling that animal would for sure allow her to stay in her house and on her farm, probably for several months, and stepped out into the rain. Poppy couldn't even feel it as it pelted her skin. She walked through the mud, wishing she could dodge the wind, until she made it to the back lawn. By the time she reached the deck, the mud had been wiped and washed from her boots. Inside the house, she slammed the wind and weather out, her chest heaving. She pressed her back into the closed door and slid to the floor, another wave of emotion overcoming her. Cotton whined and climbed onto her lap, and the wet, soggy dog licked her face. She usually hated that, but today, she simply let him. This farm and this house were all she knew. She'd been here for the past 13 years, first arriving with her boyfriend, Eli. He'd had a job in the city, and Poppy had happily cleaned up the run-down farm. She had a degree in horticulture, and she adored working outside. Within a year, she and Eli had bought a couple of horses, then some milk cows, a coop full of chickens, and a whole herd of goats. All she had left at this point was the run-down farmhouse, 3 horses, an unruly donkey, a handful of chickens who produced enough eggs for her to feed her son breakfast in the morning, and 11 goats, plus Cotton, and she'd never get rid of him. Steele adored the dog, and Poppy did too. She'd sold everything else she could just to stay afloat. She leaned her head back to face the ceiling, her eyes closed. "Lord," she prayed, "I need help. Please, send someone to help me." Like most farms, Poppy had good years and bad. This year, because of some equipment issues, she hadn't been able to get in as much alfalfa. She made her living on selling it to other farms and ranches, and she'd only brought in half of what she normally did. With it only being September, Poppy didn't see a way to generate income until next summer. Unless she got a job off the farm. With that light bulb idea in her mind, she got to her feet. She wasn't going to let a thunderstorm and a phone call ruin her day. The clock had barely struck 10 in the morning, and Poppy had 5 hours before Steele would be out of school. Even then, Gray Hammond, who lived next door, was picking up the kids and bringing them home. Poppy had time to go find a job. After peeling her wet clothes from her body, showering, blowing out her hair, and putting on a coat of mascara and a quick slick of lip gloss, she sat down in front of her computer. With dry clothes on and the heat running through the farmhouse, she felt put together and capable. "All right, Cotton," she said as the dog circled and laid on her feet. She could do this. She'd delivered a baby all by herself, her mom and dad outside in the waiting room. She hadn't wanted them in the room, but she'd always known they'd be right at her side to help her. Her first thought as she searched for jobs in the Denver area was to call her father. He'd transfer money into her account and she could buy herself some time to start earning money. The prideful part of herself refused to do it, because she'd asked her parents for help plenty of times in the past decade. Poppy had gotten quite good at accepting service, but this time she couldn't. She was 35 years old. It was time to be an adult. She had a degree in horticulture, but moving into fall and winter wasn't a great time to get started in gardening and landscaping. A few jobs existed with city departments, and they'd have a lot of work cleaning up their parks and common areas. So Poppy applied to all 3 of them. She searched for secretarial jobs and started filling out online applications, an open notebook at her side. Poppy loved writing things down to reference later, and this way, she'd know where she applied and on what day so she could follow up in a week or so. Desperation clogged her lungs, then her throat. She couldn't afford to wait a week to start working. She needed a job today. She tipped back in her chair, noting how quiet the house had become. The air had stopped blowing, and the clock above the computer tick, tick, ticked into the emptiness. She felt the same way inside, with only her heart to keep her going at the moment. Her eyes drifted close, and her first thought flew toward heaven. "Help me get a job really fast," she said aloud, her lips barely moving. She'd prayed for help while on the kitchen floor, too, and that had been for the Lord to send someone to help her. Travis had been in the barn, dumbfounded at her outburst. "The Lord didn't send you a cowboy," she told herself firmly. She didn't want one of those anyway, and God surely wouldn't play such a cruel trick on her. She sighed and leaned up closer to the computer screen again. She'd applied for... She checked the notebook. 9 jobs. Who always needed help? House cleaning services, farms, ranches. She performed that search next, and to her great surprise, a farm only .4 miles away needed help. The Hammond Family Farm stared at her from the computer screen, and Poppy had to blink a couple of times to make sure it didn't disappear. One listing was for a counselor at Pony Power, the children's equine therapy unit housed at the farm. The other was for an additional worker for Elise Hammond's landscaping company. Poppy reached for her phone with gusto, knocking her notebook to the floor in the process. The cup holding pens, paper clips, and other baubles went with it, and Poppy ignored the scattering of hard objects on her hardwood floor as she dove after the phone. She retrieved it and dialed Elise. She'd known the woman for all of her 13 years in Ivory Peaks, because Poppy and Eli had moved on to the farm only a few months after Elise and Gray Hammond had been married. Poppy had attended holiday dinners there, and when unexpected, anonymous gifts arrived on the doorstep for her or Steele, she knew they came from Elise Hammond. The woman had a special touch she applied to everything, and she'd been the one to organize the church youth group to come help Poppy with her yard and farm chores one summer, when she'd broken her leg while riding her bike with her son. "Poppy?" Elise said pleasantly. "How are you?" Tears gathered in Poppy's eyes, and her whole face went tight. She couldn't speak through the pressure and tension, and swallowing didn't happen either. "Poppy?" Elise asked, concerned now. "Are you okay?" She nodded, but Elise couldn't hear that. She started, but her voice came out too high. She drew in a deep breath and told herself this was not the hardest thing she'd ever had to do in her life. She cleared her throat. "I need a job, Elise," she said, "and I was looking online and I saw that you need someone for your landscaping company." "I do," Elise said. A pause went by before she said, "You'd be perfect, Poppy. Can I come over and go over everything with you? Are you home?" Poppy got to her feet, realizing she'd been kneeling on the hard floor in her office. "You're just going to give it to me?" She steadied herself with a hand on the back of her desk chair. "Yes," Elise said simply. "You have a degree in horticulture, if I remember right." She wore a smile in her voice. "I've overbooked myself for this summer and fall, and I still have an entire yard designed to implement before it snows." She trilled out a laugh that held a lot of happiness, as well as some tension. "I was hoping to hire someone fast, and I just put the job up early this morning, praying for a miracle. And, well, here you are, calling. You're my miracle." Poppy burst into tears, because she hadn't felt needed or useful in such a long time. "I'm coming over," Elise said firmly. "I know you're home." "I'm home," Poppy squeaked out. "Just come in. I'll put some coffee on." She lowered the phone from her ear and let Elise end the call. "You're my miracle." Poppy exhaled out her tears, her entire face hot. A wave of love filled her, first for Elise, and then for the Lord. He'd provided for her all of these years, and she was once again reminded that He had not abandoned her. She tucked her phone into her pocket and bent to pat Cotton. "She's just going to give me the job." Cotton seemed to smile, and he looked up at her with such love in his eyes. Feeling slightly stronger, Poppy went to brew a pot of coffee. She still couldn't stop weeping, and she prayed the Lord would strengthen her before Elise arrived. with a scent of coffee filling the house as it dripped into the pot. Poppy opened her Bible on the makeshift island she'd bought years ago at a second-hand furniture store. The pages wisped underneath her fingers, their thinness like onion skins and soft to the touch. The leather on the outside was well-loved and well-used, and Poppy blinked back her tears as she flipped to the story where Jesus fed the 5,000, with only a few loaves of bread and a few fishes. She'd once listened to her pastor talk about what this story meant to him. "There were leftovers," he said. "There is enough of the Lord's love and grace and forgiveness for you. There will always be leftovers." Poppy had loved that sermon so much. She'd come home and written down as much of it as she could remember. The index card tucked between the pages in her Bible reminded her of an often-used piece of cloth, and the pencil she'd written in had been gone over again in pen, as it had started to fade. She reread the notes of the sermon, the well inside her starting to fill with strength and determination. She wasn't going to lose this farm. She was going to find a way to provide for herself and her son, no matter what. Someone knocked on the back door, surprising Poppy. Elise should be using the front door, and she always rang the doorbell. Cotton barked, his claws skittering across the hard floor as he ran toward the back door. Poppy looked toward the door, which had a window in the top 2/3. Travis Thatcher stood there, and he lifted one hand in an open palm wave. She flew toward the door to open it as the wind nearly claimed his cowboy hat. In fact, when she got the door open, he was looking to his left, his cowboy hat gone. "Come in," she said, nudging Cotton back with her foot. "It's freezing out there." He looked at her, his dark as midnight eyes boring right into her. He lifted his gloved hands to his mouth and blew on them before taking a step inside. She hurried to close the door behind him, her emotions and hormones tangling in a way they hadn't in a very long time. "I'm sorry about what I said in the barn earlier," she said, swallowing all of her pride now. "Thank you for bringing my goats back. I have a suspicion that Steele doesn't latch the gate after he feeds them." Travis took several steps into the big farmhouse kitchen, his back to her, saying nothing. When he finally turned, she found a very serious expression on his face. "I'm real sorry I indicated that you weren't doing enough to contain your livestock." Poppy blinked at his formality. "It's okay. It's not your fault, and you don't get paid to bring the goats back. I wish I could pay you, but—" She lifted both hands in the air and let her arms drop to her sides. "I can't." Travis relaxed slightly and waved her off. "I don't need to be paid. I did just want to let you know that I fixed the roof on your barn, and I can come back with a couple boys from next door and a trailer, and we'll get that moldy hay out of the loft." Poppy stared, her mind suddenly blank. Travis gave a single nod and said, "I'm dripping all over your floor." He looked down. "And your dog." He lifted his eyes to hers again. "I'm sorry, Poppy. I just wanted you to know about the roof and that we'll be back as soon as it stops raining to take care of the hay. And I'll bring the goats back any time." A smile on my face. He didn't smile now, nodded again, and walked toward her. Her mind screamed at her to apologize again. Tell him thank you. Insist he didn't have to come get the hay out of her loft. He'd stepped past her and opened the door, the chilly wind and increased sound of rain pounding on the deck outside, jolting her out of her stupor. "Wait," she said, spinning. "Travis, you—"
Their eyes met again, and her mind went on vacation again. What in the world was happening? You don't have to come back and get the hay out of the loft. I can pay you for the roof.
Nope, he said. I already talked to Gray, and it's done. He smiled then, and Poppy reached out to grab onto something to steady her. There wasn't anything nearby, and she stumbled. Travis lunged toward her and grabbed onto her. You okay? Have you eaten today?
Not yet,
she said, holding on to him again, the same way she did in the barn.
You're soaking wet.
I know. I'm sorry. He didn't release her, but stood still, holding her without giving her an inch.
Elise is coming over,
she whispered, the moment between them suddenly intimate.
She's giving me a job.
That's great, Travis said, his voice just as husky and just as low as Poppy's had been. When the doorbell rang, Cotton barked again, helping Poppy come to her senses. She stepped away from him, noting that her dry clothes weren't as dry anymore, but she didn't care. She wasn't the one who'd been out in the rain for the past 90 minutes, fixing a leaking roof by herself.
Thank you so much for fixing the roof,
she said, as much sincerity as she could muster in her voice.
I mean it. I want to make it up to you.
Travis's eyebrows went up, but again, he didn't say anything. He was an enigma, this handsome cowboy with a soft spot in his heart.
I'm a really good cook, she said. I could bring you dinner one night.
She put a smile on her face.
Or you could come here with me and Steele.
Surprise marched through Travis's dark eyes, and he reached up to smooth down his black beard. I do live alone, and dinner for me is usually something from a box or a bag.
Great,
Poppy said, a light laugh coming from her mouth.
I mean, it's not great that that's what you eat for dinner, but great.
The doorbell rang again, and she twisted to look toward the front door as Elise called over Cotton's barking.
Poppy, it's Elise, and I'm coming in.
She cleared her throat.
Yeah, I'm in the kitchen.
Elise's footsteps came closer, and Travis hadn't left yet.
Morning,
she said.
Oh, Travis, what are you doing here?
Just leaving, ma'am, Travis said, nodding again. He didn't say goodbye to either of them before stepping outside and pulling the door closed behind him. Poppy faced Elise fully, the numbness of the situation wearing off.
I just need to wipe up the floor and change, she said. Then I want to hear all about the job.
She hurried from the kitchen while Elise smiled at her the way Elise always did. But Poppy turned back after she'd entered the hallway. Elise was already tapping on her phone, which meant she'd know why Travis was here before Poppy returned.
Doesn't mean she'll know you invited him to dinner,
she told herself, the secret delicious, and only one of the reasons she smiled as she went to find another set of dry clothes. 14. Molly Hammond smiled at the counselor candidate on the other side of the desk. She sat with Alex Caswell, their head therapist at Pony Power, and Alex ran these interviews. Molly just sat in to judge character and have a sounding board for Alex should she need one afterward. In her eyes, the interview had gone well, and a fifth counselor would allow them to bring on 5 more children each week. Pony Power had a waiting list of over a dozen children, and she wanted to help them all. She'd quit her teaching job a couple of years ago, and she'd had plenty of similar experiences and feelings in the classroom. She wanted every child to have a warm house, with plenty of food, people who loved them, took care of them, and provided all the services they need. She couldn't stand not having horses or counseling space for every child who needed the services Pony Power could provide. She'd learned so much over the past couple of years, including how to get government grants to fund the program, as well as how to offer and screen for scholarships, so families who couldn't afford to pay for an expensive service like equine therapy could still enjoy the benefits of it. "All right, Bee," Alex said, standing. The woman across the desk did too, and Molly realized a moment later she was the only one sitting. She jumped to her feet, the room spinning as she did. She cried out and reached for the desk in front of her to steady her. When the world stopped vibrating and circulating like water going down a drain, she opened her eyes. She saw the ceiling. "Molly," Alex said, her face coming into view. Concern and worry rode in her eyes, and her hair fell straight down toward Molly. She blinked and reached up to touch Alex's hair. "She's awake," Alex said. "I think she should still be checked out." "The ambulance is on the way," Bee said, also kneeling at Molly's side. Molly turned her head to look at her, wondering how she'd gotten on the floor. Her back hurt, as did her head. She reached up to touch her cheekbone, and Alex said, "You hit the desk on the way down. You're not bleeding, though there's a little cut there." She intercepted Molly's hand. "Don't touch it. I called Elise, and she's on her way with ice." Molly groaned and let her eyes close again, suddenly every muscle in her body shouting at her. Her stomach rolled, and she turned her head in case she got sick. "Did you call Hunter? Please, Lord," she thought, "don't have let them call Hunter." Her husband had a very busy week this week at Hammond Manufacturing Company, which he ran as the CEO. Hammond had always been in control of the family-owned and operated company, and while Molly hadn't wanted him to take the job initially, Hunter had worked tirelessly to make sure he didn't become HMC. He came home every night precisely at 5, and he had dinner on the table by the time Molly returned to their downtown apartment, which sat next door to his office building. The Hammonds owned both buildings, but thankfully, he didn't run the tenant side of things. He came out to the farm a couple of times a week, and always every weekend. He still went fishing with his father, played with his siblings so Molly wouldn't become their favorite person above him, and was himself. "I did," Alex said, "right after I called Elise." The door to the counseling cabin banged open, and Elise called, "We're here! Where are you?" "First door on the left," Bee called as she stood. Movement happened, but Molly rolled back onto her back and kept her eyes locked on Alex's. "Sorry," Alex murmured. "You passed out, Molls." "How long?" she asked as Elise arrived. "Oh, you do have a big bruise there," her mother-in-law said. Elise Hammond was the nicest, most loving person on the planet. Hunter adored her with every fiber of his being, and that meant Molly did too. "This is very cold." Elise pressed an ice pack to Molly's face, and she couldn't help wincing. "Gray is on his way over from the Bairds." "He didn't have to leave," Molly said. "Will you please call Hunter back and tell him not to come?" Elise's phone rang in that moment, and she looked at it and then Alex. "It's Hunt now." Molly put her hand on the ice pack to hold it in place. She closed her eyes. "I'm fine. Tell him not to come." "The ambulance is here," Bee said. "Wow, that was fast," Alex said. "They came from Ivory Peaks.
Bee said. Right in here. I'm going to answer Hunt. Elise stood and got out of the way as two paramedics joined the fray. Molly kept her eyes closed as the desk got moved. She answered the paramedics' questions and sat up when they coached her to do so. Dizzy? One asked. She nodded, deciding not to deny it. Yes, she said. I just didn't eat much this morning. I haven't been feeling well.
How long was she passed out? One asked, and Alex threw a sorry look in Molly's direction.
About 4 minutes, Alex said. Long enough for us to call Elise and Hunter, and you guys.
You couldn't rouse her?
No, Alex said. Her eyes rolled back into her head when she hit the floor. I pressed a tissue to the cut on her face, and it stopped bleeding pretty fast.
Time became fluid then, as Molly had no idea how long it had been since the interview had ended, and she tried to stand up. She got to her feet with the help of both paramedics, who advised her to come with them to the medical facility in Ivory Peaks, just to make sure she didn't have a concussion. Hitting the front of the face isn't as bad as up on the skull, one said, but I'd still come make sure nothing's fractured, broken, or too mixed up. He offered her a kind smile, and Molly nodded. All right, but I don't need to go in the ambulance. Elise turned as she lowered her phone. I'll take her. Her husband is going to meet us there. Molly went with the paramedics outside and down the front steps of the cabin. Gray pulled up in his truck and jumped from it. What's going on? Are you okay? He swooped right toward her as Elise started to tell him what had happened. Gray engulfed her in a hug, and Molly's emotions took a dive off a very high cliff. She clung to him and started to cry, because he looked so much like Hunter and acted so much like him too. I'm okay, she whispered through her tears. She kept her eyes closed as the ambulance left. Bee was told Alex would call her soon, and the door behind her got closed. She stood at the bottom of the steps with Gray and Elise, feeling weak and wild at the same time. I'll call your mom, Elise said. Gray, she needs to go to the Instacare. Help her into the truck. Gray finally pulled back, his stormy eyes locking onto Molly's wet ones. Elise said you hadn't eaten. Molly shook her head. I don't feel well. I have food in the truck, he said, tucking his arm around her. Come on, we'll call Hunt on the way. He wants to talk to you. A couple of hours later, Molly was ready to go home. Now. Hunt, she said, and her husband looked up from his phone. He wore his suit and tie, and he'd refused to leave her side to even get a soda or a coffee since he'd arrived at the medical facility. It wasn't a full hospital in Ivory Peaks, but they had enough technology to do certain types of emergency surgeries. Thankfully, Molly hadn't needed anything like that. There had been no evidence of a concussion either, but she had chipped off a tiny fragment of her cheekbone. The doctors said it could just float around in her face unless it started to cause other problems. Hunter had grilled him about that for a good 20 minutes, taking notes and firing more questions about the symptoms they need to watch for in the future. Molly's head hurt, and she said, I want to go home. Can you ask them again when we can go? Gray and Elise hadn't stayed for long after Hunter had arrived. He must have gone terribly fast, because it took a solid hour from downtown to Ivory Peaks, and he'd arrived only 10 minutes after Molly had. She'd clung to him and cried too, and he'd told her he'd take care of everything. He'd been texting and emailing for hours at her side, and she just wanted to get him to a computer so he could work. Yeah, Hunter got to his feet. Your mom says she and your dad brought dinner to the farm. We'll stay there tonight. I'll text her, Molly said, but she didn't reach for her phone. Her parents were probably still at the farm, and Molly would have to talk to everyone, explain again that she didn't feel well and just hadn't eaten, yada yada yada. She hated being the center of attention, and she didn't like making others worry about her. She sighed as Hunter opened the door, her attention already somewhere else. "Oh," he said, "I was just coming to get you." Hunter re-entered the room, a nurse and a doctor following him. Molly pushed herself up with her hands, her head twinging slightly as it throbbed with pain. "Can I go home?" "I put a prescription for pain meds for you," the doctor said, "but I need to change it." He glanced at the nurse, who simply wrote on Molly's chart, "You can't take that strong of a narcotic when you're pregnant." Molly blinked and stared, the words English, but somehow not making any sense. "What?" she asked at the same time Hunter said, "I'm sorry, what did you say? She's pregnant?" "We run a routine pregnancy test when a female patient comes in," the nurse said. "I didn't look at it because all of your symptoms seem to go along with your low blood sugar and a sudden movement from sitting to standing. But when Dr. Yi put in the narcotic, the system flagged it." "So, I'm pregnant?" Molly wasn't sure why she didn't believe them. "I haven't been sick in the morning." "You said you didn't feel well the past week or so," Dr. Yi said. "Right?" He looked over to the nurse's chart. "But I'm not throwing up," she said. "Oh, not every woman throws up as a part of morning sickness," the doctor said. "You definitely need to be eating, though, and you should get into your doctor and get some prenatal vitamins, too. Your system has been through a shock, and that's not good for you or the baby." Molly looked at Hunter, wonder coursing through her. He met her eyes, too, his as wide as dinner plates. They hadn't been trying to get pregnant. They'd talked a lot about starting a family, but they'd agreed to wait so Hunter could dedicate his time and energy to just her and HMC. He'd only been the CEO for 2 years, and neither of them had hit 30 yet. "A baby," he said, his smile filling his whole face. He reached for her hand and clutched it in both of his. "That's great, Molly." He sounded so happy, but Molly still only experienced numbness. Hunter leaned down and kissed the top of her head. "So, can you put in a different pain med? She wants to go home." "It's in already," Dr. Yi said, nodding. "They should have it ready downstairs in about 10 minutes. "She can change and get ready to go," the nurse said as she smiled. "I'll bring in a wheelchair." "Great, thanks," Hunter said. But Molly said, "I don't need a wheelchair." "You're wearing a fall wristband?" the nurse said. "That means you can't leave unless it's in a wheelchair." She raised her eyebrows, her question clear. "Do you want to go home or not?" Molly looked at Hunter, who smiled at the nurse with everything he had. "She wants to go. Bring in the wheelchair. I'll make sure she's safe. Come back if any of the symptoms we talked about get worse," the doctor said. "Though some of them may be pregnancy-related. I'll talk to your doctor about all of that as soon as possible." "We will," Hunter assured him, walking with the doctor toward the door and shaking his hand. And then the doctor and the nurse left. The moment the door closed, Hunter spun toward her, his face beaming brightness toward her. "You're pregnant!" He whooped and reached up as if he'd throw his cowboy hat, only he wasn't wearing one. He rushed toward her, which in the small room only took 2 strides. He breathed in deep and took her face in his hands. "I love you so much,"
A baby! He stroked his hands through her hair, sobering. Are you not happy? Why aren't you smiling? Molly wasn't sure why. I don't know. What about HMC? Hunter shook his head. No, it's not about HMC. This is an amazing moment, Malls. This is us starting our family together. He looked down toward her belly, but she wasn't showing at all. A baby is a huge blessing, not a burden. He looked at her again, and it was obvious he wanted her to agree with him. She did. Of course she did. She finally let herself taste some of his wonder, and that caused a smile to fill her face. Joy streamed through her, and she cradled Hunter's face in her hands as she brought him closer so she could kiss him. A baby, she murmured, right before she matched his lips to hers. He chuckled and then kissed her softly and sweetly. He pulled away after only a few seconds. A miracle, he said, and Molly nodded, her happiness blooming and growing beyond her wildest dreams.